Okay. Thank you. Hello and welcome to day 3 of the Adani Invitational Golf Championship 2025. I've got two handsome gentlemen alongside me, the most recognizable voice and face of Indian golf, that's Shaurya Singh, and alongside him is the Asian Games medalist, entrepreneur and now a very famous coach, Rahul Bajaj alongside me. But gentlemen, before we start our opening statements, I think one guy who's made a statement all through this particular season has been Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. What do you have to say about his performance?
First of all, I must thank you for that really nice introduction. I think you've been far too nice to us, as usual. We're excited to be here. And as far as the talk of the players goes, I think Yuvraj is definitely the creme de la creme. I've often touted him to be the next big thing as far as Indian golf is concerned. And, you know, the proof is in the pudding, so as to speak. He's just been stellar. And a golf course such as Jaypee Greens this week is, it's tenacious, it's long, it really plays into his ball striking game. So I see him dominating this week, and he'll be the man to catch. Of course, Arjun's doing really well as well. Prasad, the youngster, is really picked up his game in the last few years. So it's going to be a keen battle.
Rahul, he spoke about Yuvraj. He's already won 2 titles in this particular season, and he's gunning for his 3rd full-field PGTI tournament. You think there's anyone going to stop him?
I think Yuvraj is a tough person to beat, but having said that, all of the players in the top 10 right now are not very far away from the lead. The 10th player right now is at 2 under par, and the leader is at 7 under par. Going for 2 more days with 36 more holes left. 5 shots is nothing actually if you come to think about it. Having said that, Yuvraj has a really good track record. He has shot rounds like 8 under and 9 under in the past, and he's really won multiple number of tournaments. I think it was 2 years ago where he had a hot season again. Yeah. And he's had a little bit of a lull for the last 2 years, and this year again he's caught up some heat. So I think he's really going to be a tough person to beat. Having said that, we have Arjun Prasad, who is gunning for his first victory. He's looking for that one. He's been knocking on the door for quite some time. So yes, there's a fight of hunger and there's a fight of a person who's really going at it. So let's see what really happens. It's, I think, going to be interesting 36 holes coming up for us.
Yeah, it's interesting 36 holes coming up for us. But now that Shaurya has mentioned about how Yuvraj's game will be helped by this course, so it's now time to toss over to our colleague Nikhil Kalan, who's got a crash course on the Jaypee Greens.
Good morning and welcome to a crash course with me, Nikhil. We are here at the Jaypee Greens and we are here after a long time, after a gap of over 11 years to play a PGTI event. And there are quite a few interesting facts relating to the Jaypee Greens that I would like to share with you today. To begin with, this course has seen some major records, one of them being Anirban Lahiri's 12 under 60 in 2011. It is the joint record for the lowest 2-par score in a single round on Indian soil. I was there, I was witness to it, 12 under 60, what a round. We also had the first ever PGTI event staged right here at the Jaypee Greens back in October 2006, and it was won by the legendary Jyoti Randhawa. And I must brag about this. I was here on that occasion too, covering it for television. Now, the other interesting fact relating to this course is that the front nine and back nine have been switched. It's the reverse compared to what we used to play here over a decade back when we were last here. So often when you're talking to the players, they forget that they're talking about the back nine while they think it is the front nine, and vice versa. The lowest winning total here is 23 under 265 at an international event back in 2013, which was won by Thomas Aiken of South Africa. So we are back here after a long gap, and the players are making the most of it, and the scores are not going as low as one had expected it to go at JP, but maybe our commentators Rahul and Shaurya can tell you more about that.
Now that Nikhil has given us a crash course on this particular course, it's time to talk about our other contenders for this particular title. Let's start with Arjun Prasad. A lot of times Arjun has done really well in the first 3 rounds, 2 rounds, but has never made it to get his maiden title. So what do you think is going to happen with Arjun for this particular event?
You know, Arjun, although we've been hearing that name a lot and almost seems like he's a grizzled veteran, but he's just a precocious youngster. He has a tremendous amount of talent. He's still, I believe, in his mid-20s or early, if I'm not too wrong. And he plays really well. He's matured over the years and has that ability to go deep. Has also a very good flat, penetrating ball flight, which is going to suit him on this golf course. So it's not going to be a runaway victory by Yuvraj. It's going to be really hard fought if he indeed wins it. Of course, there are many experienced campaigners a shot behind, like Harinder, Saptak Talwar, such a good player.
Harinder had the best score on the course on day 2 yesterday.
Yes, but Arjun, coming back to Arjun's game, what I really like is the process of maturation that he's gone through over the years. It's really heartening to see. He's very stable and a very solid game that he has, especially we've seen his performances as the week wears on. He doesn't really get too jittery, and he has his consistent game plan. So I expect him to be in and around that top 3, top 4 mark, and the victory is for him to take.
Let's talk about his namesake and your student, Shaurya Bhattacharya. Amongst the contenders, we've got OP as well doing really well. But let's talk about Shaurya. He's had a great season. He's had a good season last year around. How do you see his chances?
Well, of course, one thing is there that I'm going to be a little bit biased about him. Knowing that and keeping that aside, I think right now the challenge that he faces is not really game-based. It's mostly to do with his endurance. You know, he's in his 8th week back-to-back, so the challenge really is how he can really keep himself up in terms of mind as well as in terms of physical strength and his golf swing. So if he can manage all those 3 things, I think that's the only way that he can, go and fight up for this title this week. And of course, this is a prestigious one. It's the inaugural Adani Invitational. So of course, it's one that any player would want.
As a prize money at stake.
Absolutely. So one would want that. So for Shaurya, I think right now the challenge is going to be how he maintains his endurance through the coming weeks as well, not only this week.
You spoke about Shaurya. Word on OP?
OP, of course, you see, OP has had a few troublesome years, last couple of them, especially after finishing number 1 on the order of merit. The reason for that being that he went out and tried to ply his trade in international waters, and that has been, it's a troublesome experience, but it makes a person learn a lot. So OP, of course, he will be a contender for this week, and he could go out and win this week as well because of the simple fact that he's had dry runs for the last 2 years. So he's also another person who is very hungry in that field. So all in all, like we spoke a little, a few minutes earlier as well, I think all of the players in the top 10 right now are very much in reaching length for this title for the next 36 holes. You have a very interesting game going on.
Shaurya, we've had very contrasting set of scores for all the players on day 1 and in day 2. What do you foresee day 3 going ahead right now?
I feel that this golf course is going to become a lot more difficult as the days wear on. You'll see some high scores today. That's my prediction, because this golf course, the greens will get firmer. and it's been lengthened as well over the last few years. Of course, that is something that me and Rahul discussed is not much of a problem for the new age golfers, but still, as the days wear on, the conditions will get to them, the wind will pick up. So I see the scoring will become a little more difficult, and you'll see the premium ball strikers, they'll be able to separate themselves from the field. This is not a golf course where you can get around with just smoke and mirrors. You really have to earn your keep.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard-fought competition here on course day 3 of the Adani Invitational Golf Championship. It's now back to our colleague Nikhil Kalan at the comm box for live action.
And now we have N. Thangaraja on the tee. Sri Lanka's N. Thangaraja. He's been a winner this year on the PGTI just last month in Ahmedabad. 5 pro wins for him. 43 years of age, hails from the Royal Colombo Golf Club. Now I'll hand over to my fellow commentators Rahul Bajaj and Shaurya Singh.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Rahul from the commentary box. He's looking forward to an interesting next 36 holes here at the Jaypee Greens in Greater Noida. Got Harinder Gupta already catching up some morning heat here on the leaderboard at -1 for the day after the first hole at 7 under par, tying up alongside Yuvraj Sandhu and Arjun Prasad. You also have Hani Besoya at 6 under par, another player who's gunning for a victory. You've got Sattak Talwar looking for a win, and Aryan Rupa Anand, who is another player who needs his maiden title here on the PGTI.
Rahul, it's been a while, but it's like riding a bike. I, for one, am very excited for the next 2 days. I can see that the excitement is oozing out of you as well. What a
Well,
location, what a golf course, and what a stellar field.
absolutely. I think the PGTI is returning here after a while, and in fact, the PGTI's first tournament in 2006 happened at the Jaypee Greens. It was a long time ago, and here we are now. I think it's all what 9 years hence, and we've got a sponsor in Adani Group, which is hosting its first tournament here on the PGT of India, and making its own debut here in professional golf. What do you think about that?
I think that's really a shot in the arm for the Professional Golf Tour of India and for professional golf in the region. With a group such as Adani coming into the fray and doing their bit for sport. They've done a lot for nation building, infrastructure, all across different fields and industries. And it's heartening to see that the kind of support that golf has garnered from such a rich historic group. And long may this partnership continue.
Absolutely. In fact, 10 days ago, there was a press conference held at the Belvedere Golf and Country Club in Ahmedabad, and the PGTI and the Adani Group have taken over the responsibility to have a golf academy together there at the Belvedere Golf Club. So of course, good times coming in for the game in the country.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And good times here as well on the JP Greens Golf Club. Beautiful resort golf club. One of the longest in India, which has been lengthened a few years ago. And not that it's made much difference to our prodigious players who have the ability of hitting it a country mile. Let's have a look at N. Thangaraja, the Sri Lankan. Saw that drive by him, very strong ball flight, slight draw. Now in this bunker, might have maybe a 9-iron coming in. Not the easiest of shot. So let's see how he does here at hole. This hole played about 460 odd yards. Let's see how he contends with this shot. A fairway bunker shot, not the easiest by any measure. Now look at Om Prakash Chauhan, the former numero uno. Likes to favor a left to right ball flight. And really quick on the draw is Om Prakash Chauhan.
So last time we were in the commentary box, Shaurya was at the Delhi Golf Club,
Yes,
right? And that was this season, last season.
that was the last season.
That was the last season. Wow, so it's been almost 4 or 5 months now.
Absolutely.
Wow.
I've been yearning, my friend, to hear your beautiful take on the game
Yeah.
of golf, and
Shaurya Bhattacharya coming
Shaurya
up on the right
Bhattacharya.
side of the fairway on the first.
let's get the ball out there as well. That Shaurya maybe hits it about 300 yards with a carry of almost 290, you would say.
Absolutely, that would be pretty appropriate.
The young golfers these days do hit the
Can
ball
fly
out.
at 300 odd plus as well on occasion, but yes, on average, you'd call it about 295 or so.
That's a decent shot to start the day as well.
Pretty makeable birdie opportunity here on the first. Nice aerial view of the JP Greens Golf Club. Pioneer of golf in the region over here.
So this is the first hole. And the player has teed off on. So look What's your take on this golf course, Rahul?
Well, like I was saying earlier, it is a pioneer for golf in the region. The Jaypee Greens has been one of the best golf courses in this region for a very, very long time, of course. Lush fairways, it's got good design of rough on the course. It's also got really good greens with undulations. Currently, the greens are playing a little bit fast, as the players tell me, and it's quite difficult for the players to stop the ball, especially in chipping around over the greens, and that's been the challenge for the players.
Yeah, it's one of the premier golf courses, probably I'd say, of the continent. JP Greens Resort and Spa, and having had the privilege of playing a lot of rounds here, I do know this golf course quite intimately, and it is a challenging golf course, I tell you. Not the easiest, especially if you're missing the greens. You see, the rough is also considerable, maybe about 2.5 inches in places. So it's not the easiest if you miss it in the rough. As we have a look at N. Thangaraja, who was there in the fairway bunker on hole number 1. But around the greens, because it's so well manicured, these shots are not too difficult. And it's all in all not too bad. But he'll have his work cut out in order to secure his par. Interesting setup here at JP Greens with the 18th. Really testing the players with that hazard, and we've seen that has been a site of quite a few battles in years past.
Another player who is back in to his playing days is Chirag Kumar, who was battling an injury and for the past year and a half has been nursing that. He's back into playing, and in fact, he played his first tournament at the Delhi Challenge just a couple of weeks ago. I see you were also a part of the fanfare at the Indian Open held last week. I saw you walking around there with your son.
Yeah, I was trying to inculcate a little bit of golf in him, but it was all in vain.
Did he tell you how fast the other players are and how
I think
quick you play?
He did ask me to walk a little
Did he
fast.
ask you to slow down?
No, he didn't. He asked me to speed up. So it was interesting taking him there. And what can you say about the Indian Open? It's a historic event. As you have a look at Shaurya here for his birdie. Should break a little from his right. Fairly makeable putt. Oh, unfortunate for that just to skim by. That was a good effort though. The greens are really slick this week. One of the fastest that the players ever get to play on. It's rolling at 11. I can't quite recall the last time they had such slick greens. 11 is... how fast is Augusta? What is that?
Usually plays at about 13 odd.
Not too far off.
We're not very far off from that. In fact, I think by this afternoon it'll be probably at about 11 and a half. And if they roll it a little bit more, they could actually touch it 12 by tomorrow. And going by those numbers,
this would give you a good idea how quick they are rolling. The ball just trundles on its own, and
this player just has to touch it, find the line, and just leave it out there, and the ball should find the hole. And Thangaraja really cluing himself in to his birdie putt here.
Yeah, not the easiest these putts now, especially when the wind picks up and the greens dry a little bit. Still early days here on the moving day. Let's have a look at the scores. What's your take, or what is the score that you're looking at, which might eventually be the number?
So it's quite surprising, actually. It's the toughness on the greens this week, which is playing a havoc. I would have expected the total already to be at a much lower number. Having said that, the leaders have been at 7 under par after the first 2 days. I see this realistically at about a 10 to 11 under par as a winning score, and a 12 to touch at best. But this is only to see the trend. But if I was to look at what I think of the course, as well as what the players today can do, I think that this total can totally touch to a double, which is about 13 or 14 under par. But if you look at just general trends of the scoring, then we're at about 11.
I would think I'd have to disagree with you on that one, because this golf course has a lot of water bodies, and when the wind picks up,
even the best of players, as we have a look at Om Prakash here cleaning up for his part, is bound to make a few errors. There are many tee shots which are enticing, such as the fourth hole, the par five. There is out of bound on the right hand side, and the players do take it on. So it's not the easiest golf course to be unscathed for the entire duration of the tournament, and a double bogey lurks, at every nook and corner. So it'll be interesting to note. I would think maybe the number would be about closer to 10 or 11. 13 might be a bridge too far, but given the fact that you have such prodigious players right towards the end, it is not outside the realm of possibilities either.
So realistically, we are both looking at an 11 or 12 under par
Yeah, 11,
as a winning
yeah.
winning total, and that's exactly what I was saying as well. That going by the trend of the scoring so far, it looks like an 11, 12 under par. But going at the prowess of the players these days, it can be anything.
Yeah, of course. Talking about prodigious players, look no further. The name, my friend, is Aryan Rupa Anand.
Aryan Rupa Anand, just 23 years old, turned pro just about a year ago. This is his second season on the tour. Prodigious player, yes, of course, and a name to look out for.
I must say, some of these youngsters, I feel that I've been hearing their name for ages, eons rather, and when I see they're only 23, and then I look at myself and I feel that midlife has come rather quickly, or rather late midlife. You still owe me a birthday gift, my friend.
When was your birthday?
Not too far ago, I turned 40. The brilliant number.
When was the birthday?
14th of March.
14th of March. Belated happy birthday there.
Thank you, sir. And I'm waiting for a pack of
So
shiny
if-
golf balls.
I would encourage everyone, watching this on YouTube. Why don't you please vote? What should we gift Shaurya for his birthday? Should we gift him hair color?
Yeah. Believe you me,
I'll let you all vote for it.
that ship has sailed, my friend. Not even hair color can salvage the situation now.
Color can.
Yeah, maybe something.
Supplements can't.
If you ask the players, then they probably say, "Give me a moped bike." We want this player to play a little faster. As you have a look at Aryan.
How do we get you to think faster though when you're near the ball?
Well, that I have what they say.
In
is
fact,
paralysis by analysis.
just a very arbid conversation about this speed thing. Generally speaking, what we notice over here in India that we have only slowness coming up onto the players. If you notice all the professional golfers, like you'd see Aryan now, he's gone in completely. He's hardly taken 20 seconds to come and set himself up on the ball, and he's going to be off now.
I think that's what one of the things that Bryson said, that you want to have that sort of electricity running through your body before you want to hit. So being really slow might affect the way you hit the ball as well.
Absolutely, it does. In fact, there was a recent study that I came across that
What a stellar drive! Just
amazing.
look at that.
That's a big one. In fact, a recent study said that players who do static stretching before a round tend to lose 8% of their speed during playing. That's quite incredible, actually.
It's unfortunate I never got the remit. I think that's what is to blame.
It's not that kind of speed. It's the swing speed I'm talking about.
Saptak Talwar, 26 years of age, and this is his home course, so happy hunting grounds. He's a brilliant player. Plays a lot of international golf as well now, does Saptak.
Currently at 5 under par. He shot rounds of 67 and 72 over the first 2 days. Of course, looking for his own maiden title here in India.
Yeah, Saptak, very fluid swing. Really stays down on the ball and puts a good hit on it, the Saptak. Look at that. It's definitely a clash of the titans this week. In the center, it'll be interesting to note. Oh, he has got Aryan by a good 30 yards, and he's at the 100-yard marker. Now, this is incredible. This is really something else.
Amazing. They're playing a different
Mouth-watering
golf course.
prospect indeed. These guys are really good. As you have a look at Hani Bisway, another veteran who's only 28 years of age. So many victories, 7 victories under the belt, and again, maybe taking all of 4 or 5 seconds to hit that. In the center of the fairway, and he also unleashes a big one. So This is a long hitting group.
In fact, pretty much everyone today in the field does hit it pretty far. I think if anyone is under 290 yards, you're probably below the average now. That's where it's come down to. And of course, you can see that the fairways are playing slightly hard, and that also plays a large part in making the course tougher because, once the ball drops, it could really roll off into the rough. Once it's in the rough, there's no spin on the ball, so stopping it on fast greens can be quite difficult. Those are the things that play the tough parts of the course this week.
You
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
back to the action. A sight for sore eyes. A warm day, you could take a dip, huh?
Absolutely. In fact, come to think about it, we, around here in the Delhi NCR region, this totally is a sight for sore eyes, isn't it? Lucky for all of us to be a part of, the greenery and the nature around us.
Absolutely, yes. The players walk on. We were discussing that, you've traveled a lot all over the world to see your players and visit different tournaments. As far as length is concerned of the tee, if you compare the premier international tours like the DP World Tour, the PGA Tour, how do our players stack up? My belief is that they're almost there as far as the length is concerned, which is something which is not the case maybe 15 years ago when we were probably starting out in professional golf 15-20 years ago. There used to be a big chasm between our players and the international. Now I find that our top players can go sort of toe to toe.
I think internet and the knowledge that we get from it is a huge thing. So the ease that internet has provided for all of us, be it as players or coaches or anyone, to actually find information and be able to utilize it with such ease is the greatest thing for us right now. So that's the reason that all our players, in fact, even in India, are now long hitters. Everyone is fitter than before. Everyone is eating correctly. Everyone is practicing the right things. Their techniques are getting better. Their games overall are getting better. The golf course conditions are becoming much better than before. So all of these things are really coming in together to make things good for Indian golf and golfers.
So you're telling me that the internet is going to help me find second wind after 40, and I can become a long hitter from from a piddly hitter.
Pretty much. Actually, if you think about it, when we guys were playing actively about 15 years ago, the amount of information we got, suppose we wanted to go to the States to study, okay? The amount of information that you were able to derive from the internet or from the sources around you to be able to do that via golf or via your studies and to be on like a sports scholarship or so on and so forth was so difficult. And today that information is easily available on your fingertips. Earlier on, for you to know what kind of food you should eat, what kind of body type you are, what kind of fitness regime you should follow for your golf game, you really had no information whatsoever. You'd have to look for a coach, and you'd probably have to travel a lot to find one.
Now here on hole number 1, 3 frozen ropes, so to speak, right down the middle. The first tee off can really augur, give you signs for the rest of the round. And if these are something to go by, I think these players are really on top of their games.
This front right pin position here on the first hole is very much an approachable flag location. Aryan Rupa Anand coming in with perhaps a gap wedge here at about 130 odd yards short of the flag. Saptak Talwar, of course, we saw him. He was further up.
I'm not quite sure what that is. It's gone out of sight.
He's not quite happy as well. I think he's maybe just about missed the green on the front right. Very a decent place to leave yourself on this hole. Hani Besoya coming up from just ahead of Aryan Rupa Anand.
The advent of shorts now on professional golf tour of India.
What is your thought on that?
I think it is when in Rome, do as Romans. It's what's happening in the world over, and I think it's very welcome, especially given the weather, and that's a good shot.
Well, looks like he himself has left himself on the front right of the green, just like Aryan Rupa Anand.
But I think he can putt it from there, would give himself maybe about 12 feet.
Also an uphill approach from that side. So, considering the speed of the greens, I think it's a good place to leave yourself.
Saptak would have nothing more than about 106, 107 yards for this shot. But coming out of the first primary, might not be able to get the same sort of backspin. So might be looking at one of those shots where you stop it after the first bounce, what they call the dead hand wedge.
There is a little bit of a backstopper right ahead of the hole, so Sapta could use that as well. So it completely depend on how good you are with controlling the distance on your wedges and your spin rates. Ball is just in the first cut, so I don't think Sapta should have much of a trouble with that. It really come down to how good he controls the yardage of this drop.
Let's see if he can stamp his authority early on. Look for this to be at least within 10 feet.
Smart play there by Sapta Talwar.
About 20 feet. I'm pretty certain he's not going to be happy with that effort.
Yep, absolutely not. He
Yeah, you can
did
see-
manage to put ample spin on that though.
Yeah, he's looking a little grumpy with that outcome, and rightly so, because he would have expected that to be within about 10-15 feet. So still an outside opportunity, 20-footer downhill.
Well, certainly a place that a player doesn't want to be after having a 100-yard wedge in his hand. But having said that, he still got the flat stick in his hand, so could make the most of it.
Surprisingly,
Aryan
he's the
Rupanan.
only one with the flat stick in his hand.
Absolutely. Aryan Rupanan, in fact, didn't come up front right. He's come up front short, and that's quite a bit short. That chip's going to be moving from the left to the right, and that's let's see what Aryan makes out of that one.
Surprising miscue, probably to do with the fact that the pin is right there on the front of the green. One of those flag sticks where maybe these players can be a little more aggressive given that the compression rate that they are able to generate. Let's see how Aryan does now. It's like a fairly makeable chip if he is to just get the line right. Would not need to worry too much about the speed. I've seen the amount of effort that these players put in their short games, and they're able to utilize the bounce really well. That's something that I've learned over the last year, that chipping is a lot about using the bounce. Unbeknownst to me, I always used to stab at it like a knife.
In fact, I do think that that now coming onto a hard golf course like this at this current stage when the course is playing a little hard, that time the bounce work doesn't really help. So that can make it tougher. You cannot use bounce when the course is playing harder. That's going to be a tough par putt there for Aryan Rupanan coming up from about 10 feet short of the hole.
Yeah, now this is he's really made a meal of this hole thus far after that stellar drive. Underwhelming chip shot. Surprised that he pitched it short. That's what I was talking about. That you can be a little more aggressive if you're using the bounce, and if you have those magical hands, you can generate a little bit of that spin. Not exactly the thigh spinner where you don't use the bounce. That's
Yeah.
a different shot altogether. But
I think using the bounce also will completely depend on the lie that you have.
Yeah.
So if there's not enough grass, enough fluff under the ball, then using the bounce can pretty much be a negative effect on the ball.
Honey now, this is a fairly straightforward putt, turning a little to his left. Looks like he's got it. Oh,
It's a good effort there. I think Honey had the most makeable opportunity here so far. Harinder Gupta from Chandigarh, veteran golfer,
yeah, turning the-
utilizing the opportunity to wear shorts after all the years that he already spent on the tour. playing
10
with pants
victories. 10 victories under his belt at the fine young age of 40.
and still fighting fit and really amongst the players, the top players of today. The youngsters, the 20 years old, and the
I think
23-year-old
there's one
players.
discernible change is that that follow through looks a little abbreviated from years past. Now this is the man, the ball striking machine, Yuvraj Sandhu. Some might call me biased, but I've always been a fan of this player, Yuvraj Sandhu, 27 years of age, hailing from Chandigarh, playing at the Chandigarh Golf Club. 11 victories, racking them up in quick speed. I don't know. You're a golf coach and you really understand golf so well. I find there's a certain similarity between his swing and Sergio Garcia, the way they generate lag. Is there something, or is that just a visual illusion?
I think that there is certainly a little bit of lag that he creates, and it looks very reminiscent of what Sergio Garcia does. And as you can see, it's like a it's like the effect where his hands sort of get closer to his body as he lashes through the ball,
And the sound
that's
is,
the effect.
That's an errant shot start the day, but should be fine. From there, maybe get a wedge or a. The sound when he hits the ball is very different. That's what they say. Pedigree and about pedigree. Arjun Prasad.
Arjun Prasad, 26 years old. You were very right about his age. You said mid-20s. You hit the nail on the head.
I got a little nervous when I said that. I said, I hope I'm not wrong. I've done that once with Angad, and he said, I'm not as old as he made me out to be. So I had to apologize to him as we go and have a look at Arjun.
Arjun Prasad looking for his first victory here on the PGT of India tour.
Also, a lot of lag. A little dissimilar to the way Yuvraj hits it, but got a strong hit as well as Arjun, and sort of following Yuvraj. So both of them a little to the right.
It's way shorter than what I would have expected of the players, but the tee on this hole has also moved back from the last time that you and I would have played it, and that makes it reaching that 100-yard marker even tougher, my friend.
I've been playing, as I told you, I've played a lot of golf, and a lot of pocket money has been made by a few PGTI players who unfortunately did not make the cut. My good friend Bikramjeet Singh missing it by one solitary
Did you
shot.
take their money or did they take your money?
What do you think?
Did you take their money?
Of course not. not even a close chance. I'm a leaking tanker. But I come back for the battle each and with more wounds. The great thing about golf, no matter how many times you lose, you get up in the morning and you say, yes, Eureka! Today I know what it is. It was my putting stroke. It was my stance. And that is the beauty of this game. It entices you and it gives you a glimmer of hope and you come back. And the other part of our quartet was Dipankar Kaushal, who unfortunately is nursing
We're here at the stunning Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort, Greater Noida. And this is the selfie booth where you can stand a chance to win a cash prize of rupees 10,000. All you've got to do is book your tickets for rupees 49 on Book My Show. Take a selfie right here. Upload it on Instagram by tagging Adani Online and PGTI. And that's about it. Take 10,000 rupees home. It's as simple as that. Hurry, we're waiting for you.
That was an interesting take on this masterful tournament. What a great tournament to get together, and having a look at our CEO as well, Mr. Amandeep Joel.
We see some early movers and shakers happening on that leaderboard.
Quite a few of the usual suspects were here. We have Honey
दुनिया में
Bisoya.
कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। कि मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ है, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होश।
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा, झूम 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 बाबा।
Back to the action as we have a look at our final group struggling a little bit off the tee here. Harinder on the left hand side and the other two on the right, so definitely not doing themselves any favors here. Harinder probably the most difficult shot, so he has his work cut out in order to make par from here, depending on how close he is to that bunker lip. You can see how deep those bunkers are. You can barely see the top third of him. The contact, I thought I saw a little bit too much sand,
He's trying to get it a little bit to the right.
Let's see if he's reached all the way. From that reaction,
It's a tough shot from that bunker, isn't it, Shaurya?
he doesn't look too impressed. Yeah, it's not that easy.
So I think it's about 150, 160 yard shot.
Yeah, for him, Harinder, that would have been at least 160, 65 yards.
Yeah, that's a tough lift to sort of get over when you're coming in from a bunker lie. Arjun Prasad coming in from the right rough. Surprisingly, the players in this group haven't made it as far as the three youngsters that we saw beforehand.
I think an errant hit, when you miss it to the right, it goes a little shorter, and the rough is also not done them any favors.
The dog leg to the left, so anyway, the further right you go, the more you're tendering the hole for yourself.
Let's see if he goes over the trees or under. So he's gone over them. And not quite sure. If that is Harinder's ball, I would say that's a brilliant shot from there, from that
I
bunker.
agree.
That's
I think we'll come to
yeah,
know.
that's Harinder's ball. It's 10 on 10. What a brilliant shot there from that bunker, I must say. So
It's the experience.
experience coming to the fore.
And his experience also showcasing that how he holds high standards for himself.
And he, mind you, he was in the first bunker, not the second one. The second one is probably the longer hitters would reach there. I have a lot of experience from hitting out of the first bunker, so I know the exact yardage. With some of these tees going back, all the players who can fly the ball 290, it gives them a distinct advantage. And the players with those mid-short hitters with 270 carry, that makes life quite difficult, mind you.
Take a look at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. And Sandhu also coming in from the right rough. Seems like he's taking a little bit of a low route here.
I can see that languid swing.
More of a field shot here for Yuvraj. I think he's left it a bit short of the green and will be a bit of work to do.
That
from
looked
there.
like he went at it a little gingerly.
Yeah, I think it would still be a lot of work for him. That the thing with the right side is that there is a lot of rough to contend with. So if you're trying to make the ball roll through the rough, it's not that easy, right? So to judge the distances can be tough.
Now out of the bunker on the par 5, hole number 2. I'm assuming he's here in 2 and should be looking to get up and down for his birdie. So Shaurya.
Shaurya Bhattacharya coming up way short of with an attempt from that bunker.
Now he'll have about 15 feet moving from his left to right for birdie.
As a coach, I think I can be a little more critical and say that that's definitely half of the way that he wanted to go.
Yeah, pretty certain that the coach and student will have a discussion about that after the round. But on the whole, I think that would give that shot maybe about 5 or 6 on 10. You still have an opportunity for birdie.
N. Thangaraja, I mean, one of the many impressive guys here on the tour. In fact, N. Thangaraja hails from Sri Lanka, Colombo. And, one of the most impressive things I find about him is that year after year, he really keeps his game up to shape. This year, from the start of the year itself, he has been at the top of the leaderboard pretty much in every tournament he's participated in. It's quite incredible how versatile his game is, going from a resort-style course to a Parkland design course. He's been able to keep himself up there on each and every tournament. It's quite incredible.
Yeah, given the fact that you also have a considerable amount of travel as well. So I think it's pretty impressive. And if I'm not wrong, he's 42 or 43. So he's obviously got the fitness game on point as well.
In fact, mind you, one looks at his golf swing and one might think he doesn't hit very far. He actually has quite the ability to hit it 300 plus yards on a given occasion that he wants to.
Almost looks very elegant and effortless power.
Hole number 2 is where N. Thangaraja is putting for his birdie, but didn't quite find the bottom of the cup. Arjun Prasad is on hole number 1 on the right side of our screens. Arjun Prasad with a stellar effort there on hole number 1. Didn't quite find the bottom of the cup, but should be just a tap in here for his 4. Shaurya Bhattacharya coming up on the 2nd for a birdie.
You know a little bit about this tournament. It's really been a watershed moment for Indian golf. Big purse, beautiful golf course, and a lot to play for our players this week. And in that way, I also want to talk about the Adani portfolio of companies. Headquartered in Ahmedabad, Adani Group is India's largest and fastest growing portfolio of diversified businesses with interests across energy, utilities, transport and logistics, including seaports, airports, shipping and rail, metals and materials, and consumer sectors. The group has established a leadership position in the market, and their success is driven by the core philosophy of nation building and growth of goodness, focused on sustainable development. Adani Group is committed to environmental stewardship and community improvement through its CSR programs, which are grounded in the principles of sustainability, diversity, and share values. Not just nation building, they're also helping in sport as well, which is such an integral part of the growth of a nation. So we are, of course, thankful of the work that they've done and will continue to do as we get back to the action. Yuvraj here on hole number 1. It's called the moving day, penultimate day of a tournament. Really determines which way the tournament goes as we near its culmination. Now, a look after that impressive shot by Harinder. Let's see if he can go one better and make birdie here. And just about missing that putt.
Well, it's definitely his reaction on that shot. Definitely did not show us how good that shot really was. Harinder Gupta really thought that from that bunker he could get it much closer than that. So quite something, I must say. Harinder Gupta now coming up for par here on the first. No damage there for Harinder. Harinder is a veteran golfer from Chandigarh. He's been on the tour for 20 odd years. 10 victories so far on the PGTI of India. For all of you who are just joining us now, this is the Adani Invitational Golf Championship 2025. This is the first tournament here backed up by the Adani Group here on the PGTI of India. The leaders after 2 days are Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Sandhu, both tied up at 7 under par. The round number 3, which is the penultimate round of the golf tournament, has just about gotten underway, and we are looking forward to a very strong next 36 holes here at the Jaypee Greens here in Greater Noida. The tournament's prize purse is worth 1.5 crores. The tournament has come down to, the PGTI has returned to the Jaypee Greens after a period of 11 years. So we take a look on the fairway here on the second hole, par 5. It's like Saptak Talwar coming up from the fairway. Some of the prominent professionals playing this week are Ajitesh Sandhu, Om Prakash Chauhan, Yuvraj Sandhu, Shaurya Bhattacharya, Rashid Khan, Khalin Joshi, Udayan Mane, Manu Gandas, Aman Raj, Karandeep Kochar, and Chikkarangappa. The foreign players in the field who have made it to the weekend rounds are N. Thangaraja, Koichiro Sato from America, Got Bangladesh's Mohammad Akbar Hossain and Somrat Sikdar from Bangladesh. Nepal, Sukra Bahadur Rai and Subhash Tamang. There's also two Italians in the fray, Michel Ortolani and Federico Zucchetti. And, might not be great with those pronunciations, but certainly learn my way through them. So got one lone amateur who has made the cut for the week, who's Sukhman Singh. Sukhman Singh, a local amateur golfer here from Noida. The course record here at the Jaypee Greens is at 12 under par, so which is held by Anirban Lahiri. So certainly something uh, which is out there for the breaking. And looking at the course conditions, that might be a tough one, but certainly someone out there might be able to. I'm going to invite now the PGTI CEO, Amandeep Johal, to join me here in the commentary box. Mr. Joel, good morning and welcome to the commentary box here at the Adani Invitational.
Morning, Rahul. Lovely day here at JP Greens. I think the course conditions have been absolutely superb. The best part of JP is that if the wind starts blowing, it can really, really become difficult. And that's what we've seen in the first 2 days. Though the greens are playing great, and I was speaking to a lot of players, they said the course conditions are quite simple, so to say, but because of the wind speeds, they're finding it difficult to score. And that's what we've seen in the first 2 days. So hopefully today is, like you say, the moving day, and my best professionals are going to make a charge and shoot some good low numbers.
Absolutely. I think I spoke to, they mentioned that the greens are pretty fast and they tend to get harder as the day goes on. So that makes it tougher for the players to be able to, judge those chips and those pitches onto the greens, which of course will play havoc with the way they're able to score.
Absolutely, but yesterday I saw a great round from Yuvraj Sandhu. I think he in the front nine was on fire, shooting 7 birdies and going 7 under par. So that was really, really heartening to see.
Well, Yuvraj is one of those players, right, who has that capability to be able to pump those birdies up onto a round. He can shoot 8 unders and 10 under pars, and we've seen. So I wouldn't be surprised if we would see that happening again, even this week. In fact, one of the guys who's up there is Arjun Prasad, and he's looking for his maiden title for quite long. And hopefully, he could also create some damage this week. So interesting next 36 holes coming up for sure.
Absolutely. Quite surprising for Yuvraj to drop a stroke. We saw him on the first hole hitting on the right side and then making a bogey. But still a long way to go for today.
Well, it's a tough up and down there. If you leave yourself short of the green on a front flag on that first hole, it's going to be a tough up and down. You take a look at all the action here coming in from the course. We've got Shaurya Bhattacharya coming up on the par 3. That attempt from about 10 feet away, just about brushing past the hole. And so does Saptak Talwar on the left side of our screens on the second. So, Mr. Joel, this is the first, this is the inaugural Adani Invitational Golf Championship. What are your thoughts on the same? Of course, the PGTI and the Adani Group are looking at starting a golf academy at the Belvedere Golf and Country Club. And, that's, of course, one of the best news that we've heard so far in 2025. What are your thoughts on that, and what are your plans for that?
I think this partnership is incredible. My president, Mr. Kapil Dev, went up and we met the promoters of the Adani Group, Mr. Gautam Adani, as well as Mr. Pranav Adani. And they have really lent their support to the growth of this game. We explained that, this has now become an Olympic sport. And, for the growth of sport, I think they are coming in a very big way. They are supporting all kinds of talent, all kinds of academies. So they were very excited that, they would like to start and lend a hand to the PGTI, to Mr. Kapil Dev, to make sure that we can bring some medals in the future Asian Games. I think it's a great start at the Belvedere Golf and Country Club. They have a lovely golf course, a lovely staying facility. and they plan to redo it and make it more international and bring in the top, teaching skills. So I think it's a great start to a partnership, and we are looking forward to build it on from here.
Absolutely. In fact, a powerhouse like that backing up a golf academy would be amazing. And India is such a huge country with so much of talent that we have available. You've seen that. You've been a national coach also in the past, and with the amount of talent that we have over here, it is only a matter of time and good effort, of course, that we are able to get medals in the Olympics as well as the Asian Games, like as many as we would wish for, pretty much.
Absolutely. I think coming back to this golf course, the most incredible part of JP Greens is the bunkers. I think Greg Norman designed golf course in the past, and I think bunkers is something which you need to contend with. That they are deep. Once you get into them, it's very difficult to come out, and then be sharp out of the.
Was the transition for you going from your playing days to now being on the administrative and the managerial side of things?
I think it's exciting coming from playing days to getting into management. You understand what the players' needs are. I think that's what is driving me. I'm making sure that whatever I felt was missing for the players, we are trying to make sure that the players are getting those facilities, be it the players' lounge, be it the lounge for the caddies, so that they don't have to worry about little things. They can focus on their big things, their game, their practice. They needn't worry about, whether the meal is there when they finish the game or start the game. So I think those kind of little things, obviously prize money, bringing in big houses, that's a key thing. I think later we're working towards the back half of the year, the schedule, and we look forward to putting in more and more bigger tournaments, bigger prize money, so that they can take home bigger paychecks.
Interesting. Good stuff happening here on the PGTI of India. So definitely the future of Indian golf should be getting better and bigger and bigger. And as we take a look here on the third hole, a long par 3 here on the JP Greens Golf Resort, and we've got great shot there by Honey Besoya. Comes up about 30 feet short, but it's a long hole. You've got about 220 yards off the tee, so it's a pretty good shot from there.
Actually, I think the wind should be blowing from the back, for him to leave that shot this far from the pin. Very unlikely from Honey, though he's currently at the top of the leaderboard along with Arjun Prasad. He's at 1 under par. I think he made a birdie on number 2. So
top left pin position on this hole can be quite treacherous, so the player has to be smart as well as make sure they give themselves a birdie chance. As we take a look at Saptak Talwar here, Saptak is from this golf course itself. The hole plays to about 218 yards. Given the pin position, should be about 230 yard. Every player must be going in with a 4 or a 3 iron off that tee box. Of course, Aryan Rupanand has set himself up for a good
that's
birdie
a wonderful
chance.
Shot. That is absolutely fantastic.
Lovely shot there by Saptak Talwar. He should be about 15 or 18 feet there for birdie. So good shots pretty much overall by all the players. And maybe Honey just caught a bit weak on his club, and that can certainly leave you a few extra feet short. But nonetheless, once you're on the dance floor, you've got a chance for birdie.
What do you think about the greens? On at JP Greens, normally what I felt was that the ball doesn't break as much as you see the grain. I think it pretty much stays. It misses the grain, and it pretty rolls quite even on the green.
I think you're very right with that. The thing with JP Greens is that it's when the grass has been rolled down, the grain hardly affects it. But when the grain grows a little bit more than what it is right now, the grain will completely take over the golf course.
So obviously on the later part of the day, the grain starts to play.
Yes.
So interesting to see as the day goes by, does the ball start breaking more than that?
Yes,
than in the morning?
And the faster this green plays, the lesser the grain works. So currently the greens are playing at about 11 stim. So as it starts going to about 10 or 9, you'll start seeing the grain being way more effective on these greens. In fact, you'll be surprised how much the grain can affect the ball on this golf course.
The way Arjun Prasad walks, it almost looks very robotic. I know he's been working with a mind coach for many years, and it almost seems as if he's very robotic in his approach. And that
Harinder
is
Gupta.
coming out of the bunker on the right. That's a great effort. That's a great shot.
Well, Harinder Gupta, has been 20 years on the tour. He's been a veteran on the tour and won 10 tournaments. And look at him, he's still fighting fit alongside the young guns of the tour. What do you think of that?
Absolutely. I think he's a grinder, Harinder. He's never changed his golf swing. He's from my hometown, Chandigarh. Sticks to the basics. He has that little fade shot that he keeps playing all the time. Makes sure that he doesn't get into too much trouble.
I think it'll be important today to see, which of the players can actually shoot a low, deep number and, get themselves past that 10 under mark as the day moves on. And I definitely think there's a 5 or a 6 under out there for one of the players at the top of the leaderboard to jump themselves out and up into the double figures.
Well, I'm quite surprised actually, Rahul, that Om Prakash Chauhan probably is the only guy who's 2 under par. Udian Mane is at 4 under. I would have expected a few more lower scores than what are being seen.
So to talk about that, what I've heard is that because the greens are playing a little hard and fast, it's just made that a lot tougher to score on. So even though you're right, like the course doesn't seem like it's got, the rough isn't way far up, but once the greens are hard and the balls can't stop coming in from the rough, then it's a different challenge altogether. And of course, we are playing from the all new back tees here at the Jaypee Greens. That makes the course a lot longer than what it used to be.
I think the other thing that I see in Jaypee is that the fairways are not very wide. And as the trees have become, let's first see Arjun Prasad on the left, trying to attempt for his birdie.
This is hole number 2, the par 5. That ball didn't.
That was a misread.
Absolutely a misread.
That is a straightaway misread from Arjun. Do you think he's getting local knowledge from his caddy, or is he relying on his own? I think he uses that aim point, if I'm not mistaken. Does Arjun?
I have never noticed
Arjun
using aim point. If he started doing that recently, then I'm not very well aware of that. But we'll find out as the day moves on. And if he's using local knowledge, that might be helpful. But actually, a lot of times I see a good professional would never ask for much knowledge from anyone. He'd probably, just go around, use his own experience to read the lines. And only when really in doubt would they really call in for some help.
I think Jaypee does require local knowledge. I mean, I think to get a good local caddy, I remember playing the Legends Tour event last year, and my caddy really helped me. So many times I would read the green in one way, and the caddy would completely nod his head and say, "No, sorry, it's from the other side."
Was he right?
He was most of the time very right.
Did you make them?
I make some good putts. But that's Yuvraj, I think, on the second hole for a birdie. Surprising that, they've left such long birdie putts for themselves. That stayed on line. I think he was playing right, no? He was playing
Absolutely.
right, but he started very straight on that putt.
Yep, I think that probably just started off a wee bit left of where he wanted to start it. Nonetheless, moving on to the next hole is the par 3. Take a look on the right side of our screen, all the action from the third hole. Aryan Rupamanand reading his own line for his birdie attempt here.
See there, I'm sure he has a local caddy there who's giving him that line, Aryan. Aryan is a huge talent from Bangalore.
Absolutely. I think it's just a matter of time when we see him start winning on the tour. In fact, he's got a great all-round game and should be able to play well across wherever he goes to. That's been a very
nice
solid
wrap.
amateur. Super birdie there.
That's
by
a great
Aryan.
birdie. Great birdie. Absolute great birdie. I think that takes him up to 2 under par for today. That's
And
fantastic.
the stroke really over there was, very confident. And that goes to show that he's really going to stamp his authority on the day.
Indeed, I think Aryan won his 2 back-to-back All India Amateur titles a couple of years back, and I think he's a very aggressive player. I played with him many more times, and he never fears pulling out the driver, be it Delhi Golf Club or any other golf course. That's Hani Besoya trying to clean up for his par. He left it quite a bit short, this first attempt. That's well done.
Honey cleans up there for a 3. As my co-commentator here joins me back. Thank you, Mr. Joel, for joining us here in the commentary box. We look forward to having you again here at some point of time through the day.
Of the game of golf. Back to the action now as we look at some scores. You can see the wind is starting to pick up. Saptak on hole number 3. Par 3. Measuring in about 215 yards. And on your screens is the 4th hole, the par 5, a reachable hole, especially for the longer hitters, but is fraught with danger on the right hand side. You can see that is the out of bounds, the hazard first, and then the out of bounds. And if you're a little bit off your mark of the tee, then you lay up as Thangaraja has done here. And that's a really surprising shot. I'm not quite certain what that was. That's a miscue and then some. That can happen sometimes. It's colloquially called a brain fade. That is definitely one of those. He's missed the target by a good 20 yards. So surprising, and from the center of the fairway. So I'm pretty certain that the short game will now come to the rescue. As we have a look at the testing, hole number 3.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Back to the action on hole number 3. This is an area of the game that I think he really is able to separate himself from the rest of the field. We're talking about mid to long irons. This is where compression really comes in handy. You can keep the ball under the wind. And look at that brilliant golf shot. What a shot right there. Right on the money. Stellar shot by Yuvraj. For most of the players, hitting the green itself on this hole would be a good enough shot. It's playing to about 220, 225 today. And with the wind, that can, even for the longest of players, it can mean a 5-iron. And for somebody like Harinder, maybe a strong 4-iron today, or at best a 5. Likes to favor a high draw, does Harinder. And that has veered off and missed the green. So it just shows you the difference between the ball flight that was implied by both the players. You can see the flag fluttering there from left to right into the wind. So that's where premium ball striking can really help you. You don't need to cater so much for the wind, and you can just hit it under the wind and put a lot of compression and keep the ball low. And that's something which even your weekend warriors can try at home, or just non-competition golfers can try that as well. Keep the ball a little further behind. Try to get a heavier hit on the ball. As we have a look at OP, Om Prakash Chauhan, coming out of the bunker here. It's a difficult shot, short-sighted himself, didn't really have much room. And even though he pitched it just off the green, you saw that he rolled on good about 7 to 8 yards from where it pitched. So Thanga Raja, after that shot, he's really got his work cut out. But he's managed that brilliantly, and as I predicted, his short game will come to the fore and save him. So he should be able to make his par, and a brilliant shot there. And you saw there's hardly any time taken by N. Thangaraja, and that was a shot that would have required mere mortals to think about a lot of things, where you have to pitch it, the lie, the way the ball would break after pitching, but didn't really require much time, did Thanga, to make up his mind, pull the trigger, and get that snuggled in close to the flag. And this is for the longer hitters. The longest can definitely get a 3-iron in here, 3-iron, maybe even a 4-iron, especially as the previous hole is playing left-right into wind. So this would be playing right-left downwind. So a driver 4-iron is not outside the realm of possibilities for the long hitters today. But there's out of bounds along the entire right side of this hole. So you need power, but you definitely need precision. Let's see if Shaurya has got both of them, and
Your
just
namesake.
about missing that. Yeah. Doing that name proud.
Which green is that?
That is hole number 4. And we have the dual view. Hole number 3, Harinder, after that miss to the left. And bunkers are a little deeper here. So normally you'll see that half the body is obfuscated, out of view. Case in point, Harinder Gupta. Given that a lot of airtime, and that is really well done.
Terrific shot there by Harinder Gupta coming up from that left top bunker here on the third hole. It's a bunker which is really short sighting himself, but he's made a good shot from there. Should be able to see a 3 as we take a look at Arjun Prasad coming up from the front left of the same green. Coming up with a solid chip shot. Not really making it all the way up to the hole. An uphill chip there for him. We take a look at N. Thangaraja on the left side of our screen.
Yeah, Thangaraja, after that brilliant bunker shot, you have to make par. Golf is such an unpredictable game, so you hit such an underwhelming approach shot, but then you can always make it up by having hit a stellar bunker shot. So you got to keep your wits about you and have to stay in the present. It's pretty similar to life, the game of life, and I know that I sound a little philosophical, but it is so true, especially as you learn with the trials and tribulations that golf is such a good leveler, as they say, and an absolute microcosm of life, as Yuvraj lines up his birdie putt after that swashbuckling iron shot. He's just a treat to watch, is this player, as far as ball striking is concerned. When imagine the difficulty of this hole, it's left right playing into the wind and playing on the card it must be about 220 with the flag where it is, but with the wind it plays about 230, and there's a bunker on the left hand side and the front right as well. So either have to draw it over the front right bunker or aim it at the left bunker. So it's not that easy.
Currently That is an aerial view of the city here.
Magnificent view. You can see how close the golf course is to the highway, but of course going in the same direction, so no danger of the ball going out, so as to speak. But this is the crown jewel of this magnificent town, Gautam Buddha Nagar. As you see the flights of players, a quaint day, and the scoring thus far has been pretty similar. So it all is still early days. I'm pretty certain that we'll see quite a few players go deep.
Absolutely early days, and Arjun Prasad has already taken himself up to 8 under par, all by himself atop that leaderboard. Now he's going to be followed by Hani Besoya and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who are both at 7 under par. While we've also got Aryan Rupa Anand, who is at 2 under for the day at 6 under, and Saptak Talwar, another youngster, at 6 under par alongside veteran Harinder Gupta. So definitely looking forward to an exciting day here at the Jaypee Greens, but I'm really looking forward to who is that guy who is going to be crossing those double digits as soon as the afternoon comes in.
It's going to be a treat to watch, especially as we have third round and the fourth round to go. Case in point, we were talking about how this golf course really does favor the ball strikers, and you've seen that the top 10, 15 players are definitely those who can golf their ball, so as to speak. I don't make those up, Rahul. In case you're wondering. That is watered down knowledge from my years of following broadcasting. Something that gave me immense joy, and lucky to be doing that now. As we have a look at Yuvraj, I would have hoped for him to make that birdie, because brilliant shots do deserve a reward. But in golf, you have to earn your keep. A good shot is not enough. You have to still make the putt. So that's how the old adage probably was coined: drive for show, putt for dough. But I think now it's diametrically opposite. You just have to drive for dough. The modern game has changed.
You're absolutely right. In fact, the old adage that you were talking about actually doesn't work at all. If you look at statistics, and what statistics show is that the further you are from the tee, which means closer you are to the green, even if you're in the rough, you'll have a better chance of making up and downs. As we take a look at that leaderboard there, Arjun Prasad leads the way at 8 under par, followed by Hani Besoya and Yuvraj Sandhu at 7 under par. And Aryan Rupa Anand, Saptak Talwar, the young guns, at 6 under par alongside the veteran Harinder Gupta. And Om Prakash Chauhan also closely following them at 5 under par, 2 under par for the day.
I'm happy to see Shankar Das in the fray as well. Old war horse. Old is a term as far as his golf career, otherwise young of age. I'm so confused these days. How do you say these things without while being politically correct? So let's just say he's in the perfect years of life as we have a look at hole number 3. 4-iron here. That's a good shot. Snuggled to about 15 feet from the flag.
Hole number 3, there was the group of Mohammad Akbar Hussain, Kapil Kumar coming up there.
Word about the tour partners right after this shot. Teeing it up to the right hand side. So I would normally say that the player is favoring a fade. And fortunately, or rather fortunately, able to skirt the bunker and stay
We have a bit of work to do to make that up and down on the low side of that flag location today on the third.
To our partners, Victorious Choice is an entity inspired by the philosophy of Choice International Limited that has risen to become a unicorn in the financial sector. And IndusInd Bank Limited has been redefining banking for the last 30 years and has been a force for progression and innovation, offering an elevated banking experience for its diverse range of stakeholders, including government entities, PSU, retail customers, and large corporations. Amrutanjan Electro Plus Amrutanjan Healthcare Limited. Amrutanjan Healthcare is a 127-year-old company with a rich legacy and is best known for its iconic brand Amrutanjan Pain Balm, a purpose-driven and innovative company. Amrutanjan Healthcare offers a versatile product portfolio. Bisleri has enjoyed the title of Pioneers of Packaged Drinking Water category for over 5 decades and are proud to be associated with the PGTI this year as the official hydration partner. And Rolex, the privileged association between Rolex and golf dates back to 1967. This charismatic American, Arnold Palmer, was the Rolex testimony in 1967. So there you have it.
Going back into the action here on the greens, we've got Saptak Talwar cleaning up on the fourth. We take a look now on the right side of our screen. We've got the players coming up onto the fifth hole. Fifth hole is a par 4 here at the Jaypee Greens. Honey Bisoya on the left side on the fourth hole, the par 5.
I see that dual view. That's a decent chip shot there on live feed too. Let's see if Honey Bisoya can make that putt, and it looks like he has. A brilliant putt by Honey there. It's probably the first time that we've seen a putt made today. The feedback from the players that I got that the golf was playing very true. The conditions are really good, but if you miss it on the wrong side, then par is not that easy to secure.
The fourth hole that we see over here on the left side of our screens and the fifth on the right side, both back-to-back holes with right side OB lines flowing along the fairways. We've got on the fourth, which is a par 5 of 569 yards, and the par 4 on the right side of our screens is all of 356 yards. Most players go with a driver and they're left with a pitch attempt after that to make an up and down. It's a tough driver shot. You've got to really place your golf ball well, and after that, you're not left with the easiest of opportunities to make that pitch. As you could tell there, Shaurya Bhattacharya struggling to get that ball up onto the putting surface from almost about 30 yards off the green.
I would think that this is going to be a very interesting tee shot. Having played here a lot, especially with the favorable wind conditions today, downwind on the last 2 holes, I think some of the longer hitters can get up to the front edge.
Absolutely, the longer hitters can get up to the front edge. The tough part over here is that the OB line on the right side has come much closer than earlier. So, that becomes one tough side, and every player would be trying to aim towards the left fairway bunker. Once you're on that line, you're really not making it to the green. Your best attempt is going to be in the bunker. We'd see a lot of players coming up at about 30 or 40 yards short of that fairway bunker onto the left side in the first cut, making it an even tougher shot. In fact, a lot of times you could be trying to go here for the green, but that 30-40 yard shot coming in from that left first cut is far more difficult than a 100-yard shot from the fairway.
But this is, for all intents and purposes, a legitimate birdie hole, right?
100% is very much a birdie hole. In fact, I think that all hole number 4th, 5th, both are birdie holes coming in, and also is hole number 2. So lots of birdie holes in the first few holes itself here at the course. Shaurya Bhattacharya coming in for birdie from the short of the green.
The good thing here is that this putt is uphill, so can be a little aggressive with that. And the ball seems to be sitting up nicely. Let's see how he does here. Maybe all of 20 odd feet. That is really weird off.
That ball breaks a lot from the left to the right on this hole. Pins 26 in and 6 from the left today. A tough place to leave yourself is on the left side of this fairway. You'll have a tough up and down to make, and moreover, the ball veers off as much as it did just now.
I'd say that it's definitely a wrong read from himself and his caddy. That really moved a lot. Didn't quite cater for that movement. And to the naked eye, it was not quite perceptible, to be honest with
That's
you,
the
that
thing.
it would break that much.
It doesn't appear like
Yeah, it
it
doesn't
will, but
appear.
it breaks a lot because I think the grain as well as the general slope of this fairway and the green all going towards that side. There's also a water hazard that is on the right side of this green. So everything is sort of shaped towards that.
So for Om Prakash, it should be pretty straightforward. This putt, no break, so as to speak. Maybe a hint of right center firm. And he does it. Brilliant putt right there by OP.
We've also got Honey Besoya, who's joined atop that leaderboard now after making a birdie on the fourth hole. Honey and Arjun now tied up at 8 under par.
And Sangaraja with that rather colorful shirt.
Raja, happy camper. Always see him with a smile.
We'll have a little more to smile about now.
It's a good birdie there by N. Thangaraja.
Now this is, you don't want to be dropping a shot on this short hole. Fairly innocuous looking hole. But he's done himself no favors here by going about 5 feet past. Now the one coming back would break a little bit from his right. And he might even be second guessing himself because the first one broke considerably. So are you going to keep it outside the cup? Or are you going to just keep it in and firm it in? So not certain which way he would employ. Maybe the coach can tell me, is he going to firm this one in or is he going to die this one in from about 6 feet? What does he favor?
And he's going to go with a firm attempt from here.
Yeah, see there, backed off. So it's not the easiest part, especially for the first one.
This ball won't break too much because all of the grain is actually going now against him. So, you know,
Well, difficult putt, right?
yes, absolutely.
A
it's
very difficult putt because he's putting against the green.
Also, in this kind of a situation, it doesn't help the player, right? If you're 30 yards away from the flag location, you left yourself a 20-footer. Now you've got 5 feet to contend for
Well,
par.
I feel if you can make this one, it'll be a great shot in the arm.
Right.
You know, really do a world of good for his confidence because you feel you've sort of got one away with one. That was so assertive.
Well-
I was very impressed by that. I must say, I'll have to begrudgingly give credit to you.
Not at all. All
My
the
friend.
credit always goes to the
Of
player.
course. But yes, we say that in jest. We are all nothing but appendages, as the player is the center of the universe, and he's done well.
Absolutely.
Now we have a look at
The leader group on our screens. Got Harinder coming up from the left side of the fairway.
yeah. So I think they might have gone with an iron off the tee as well. That's an
दुनिया में
approach.
कुछ लोग
that's
कहते
not-
हैं
Let's see.
और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Earlier coming up from the same location.
So this is definitely conservative play off the tee. Maybe a 3 iron and then another 3 or 4 iron for the second shot, and then leave yourself with about 80-90 yards. A lot of construction there at the back. And that surprising that that rolled forward. I would have expected a little bit of spin, but not to be. as we have a look at the almost reachable par 4. It'd be interesting to note where these players have hit their drives. Right in that small alley, it seems. Oh, so that
It's a
is
tough
a
shot coming
safety
up.
first approach, and that can happen. You tend to tug it if you see trouble on the right hand side.
Absolutely, that's what Aryan Rupanand has done over here, and that's going to be a tough shot coming up from that place. And the toughness of this shot is also because your expectation as a player on a hole like this is to get that ball close enough to make a birdie.
Anything
know.
within 25 feet from here is, I think, a really good shot because you're having to come up from the rough, carry the bunker, make sure it falls soft, and that's not an easy task. I'll tell you that much. Having been there myself many times, it's a treacherous shot.
As you can tell, the ball's not even on the green right now, from where we can see. So, from such locations to these kind of flag locations, it's tough to get the ball up onto the green. In fact, realistically, if you were about 15 feet past the hole from that location, you'd have hit a good shot. Saptak Talwar coming up from just short of the green here.
He's bludgeoned a big drive, has he?
Absolutely has, and Saptak seems to be hitting a pitch shot here all the way up to the hole. That's what seems like his modus operandi here.
That's a decent effort. Now, Honey here. That's a big drive by Honey. He would have learned a thing or two from Saptak's chip shot as well. Look for this to be within 5 feet. I would say that is par for the course. Could have done better. Now we'll have that 6-footer for birdie. Here at hole number 5, the short par 4. Now having a look at the scoreboard. Aryan at 7 under par, Saptak 6 under par, Honey at 8 under par. So the leaderboard replete with red numbers. 8 under par. Honey and Arjun leading this tournament. Surveying the putt. Aryan after that shot is not the worst place. It's an uphill putt, maybe all of 30 feet, so par should not be too difficult from here. Birdie would, of course, be a black swan event, but would be welcome nevertheless. That's a brilliant putt right there. What a putt by Aryan, and that is any moment now. We're waiting for that ball. Is it gonna fall? But no, it's missed it by about an inch. But what a stellar putt by the young man. What he did good there is that he went aggressive on the second shot. Honey now. We're looking to make that birdie after that drive, and Saptak as well. This putt would break a little bit from his right. And the fact that he's flag high So it's a fairly flat putt. Doesn't really have to deal with too much of an elevation change. From the players out on the golf course, we have Sukhman Singh, the amateur, who is having the round of the day thus far at 4 under par, alongside the Olympian Udayan Mane, who has a penchant for making a lot of birdies on the trot. Let's see if Saptak can capitalize on that drive. It was quite a firm hit, and a birdie it would not be for Saptak. Below down, we have good rounds by Rohan Dhole Patil as well as Varun Parekh, 3 under par for both the players. Hole number 5 with the pin 26 from the front and 6 from the left. Now we saw Shaurya's putt really veer off from almost a similar line, a little further away and lower down, but shows you that this would have a definite break from left to right. Let's see how he executes that. And he's done ever so well as Honey. And that would take him to 9 under par alongside Arjun Prasad, who's also made 2 birdies in his first 4 holes. So they're off to fast starts. And so is Aryan Rupa Anand, 3 under par through 4. So they're lighting it up early in the day. Om Prakash Chauhan eagling hole number 2 and birding 5 to be 3 under for the day as well. Now Saptak with what appears to be a mere formality. A lot of red numbers as far as the top 10 are concerned. It's turning out to be a different story as to the one that I thought would pan out. It's playing a lot more easier for the players. Maybe when the wind picks up on the back nine, that can add to a degree of difficulty. But as of now, seems that the course is there for the taking, and the players are making hay while the sun shines at the Adani Invitational Golf Championship 2025, live from Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort, Greater Noida. We also have Pranav Mardikar 2 under par, Federico Zucchetti at 1 under par.
We welcome all our viewers on GD Sports. I've got Amandeep Joel, the CEO of PGTI, alongside me, and I've got Rahul Bajaj, Asian medalist and commentator now. But before we start off and I toss any questions over to both the gentlemen, let's quickly see what happened so far in the day.
look at the highlights so far. It's been a day which has been marked by birdies. Yuvraj Santhu, front runner, 1 under par for the day. That will drive on hole number 1.
Sorry, we couldn't.
Arjun Prasad, the youngster. This golf course plays to almost 7,500 yards. Definitely behemoth. The top players are not too worried about that. These are the modern players. Enthanga Raja. An errant shot on the par 5, third shot. And that was a brilliant putt by Adani Invitational.
So we've seen what has happened so far, and just to make sense of what has happened so far on day 3, Amandeep, we saw Arjun Prasad and Yuvraj Santhu. We spoke a lot about Yuvraj Santhu really trying to dominate the proceedings, but so far Yuvraj has not been able to keep that tempo, and we've got Hani Basoya, Arjun right up there at 8 under.
Well, Vivek, the leaderboard is getting bunched up. That is going to happen at Jaypee Golf. The golf course, there are a lot of birdie opportunities. The wind is down today. I'm sure, like I said, it's going to be a low scoring day. It's a moving day. Yuvraj Santhu, I mean, you can't count him out. He had 7 birdies in the first 10 holes yesterday, 4 birdies on the trot, and then 1 par and then 3 birdies on the trot. So never count him out. I think the golf course is in excellent shape. Lot of birdies to be made, lot of eagles to be made. I'm surprised there are not so many eagles that have been, scored. But yes, Hani Basoya, Arjun Prasad, Yuvraj Santhu, I think all of these players are going to be vying for the title.
Rahul, you're a coach. Can you just make sense of Yuvraj up and down? Day 1, we saw him down. Day 2, he really came back roaring. Again, day 3, it's been a slow start for him so far.
So I think, there are a bunch of reasons for this. And I think first of all is that, all these players are coming from back-to-back tournaments. So there is a certain amount of fatigue being set in. Yuvraj did complain of a shoulder injury yesterday morning. And, he was able to overcome that pain, though, during the round he mentioned. But of course, that all that is stemming from some amount of fatigue. So players are struggling with that as well. So having said that, the greens are playing quite tough this week. They are hard and they are fast. So that plays as a huge challenge for the players to be able to score deep and low.
Amandeep, we've got a bunch of players within 3 strokes of each other. You think that's what we're going to see going on to the next day as well?
Absolutely. I think that's what you want to see. Good competition, good golf. The spectators are going to be loving to watch this. We've got lots of prizes for spectators. We have announced prizes of 15,000, 10,000 and 5,000 for spectators on Book My Show. I think the Adani Invitational Golf Championship has set a new standard. As the Adani Group normally sets standards in the industry, they've set a new standard in golf. This partnership is going to make sure that Indian golf is going to reach greater heights. We have got great support from the entire group, right from the promoters, at the top, the chairman, as well as Mr. Pranav Adani. So I think good times for Indian golf. And yes, when you have good money, good backing, the players, the game is going to go stronger. The players are going to become shooting low numbers because there's going to be more money on offer, better golf courses, and everything. All in all, great for professional golf in India.
Just to follow up on that particular answer, Amandeep, we've got a 1.5 crore prize money, the highest so far in this particular season, and we've got a brilliant field which is up trying to take the top prize.
You see, when you put up good golf courses, good prize money, players who are playing everywhere else in the world also win. So you are going to see great numbers, good competition, and great players playing back home.
Final question, Rahul. Both of you are in absolute sparkling whites, but it's pretty hot through the day. So how much is that going to affect the golfers?
Well, of course, as we spoke just earlier also about fatigue, heat, fatigue, everything just goes hand in hand. Also, this is just about the summers now setting in for the year. So the players are, of course, now going to be acclimatizing as they move on into the further few weeks. So definitely this is going to play a part. It is going to play a huge part, not really a huge part because, you know, these players do prepare for all of these conditions, but it will play a slight amount of a part.
So we're going to wait and see as to how it progresses, how day 3 progresses, and we'll see. We've got a whole bunch of golfers right up at the top.
That was an insightful discussion between Mr. Amandeep Jol, CEO of PGTI, Rahul Bajaj, and Mr. Vivek GS from ABP Network. This tournament indeed is a shot in the arm for the Professional Golf Tour of India. And the players have really enjoyed the hospitality thus far. I've spoken to quite a few of them. And the golf course has been perfect. The conditions and the competition has always it's always taken a notch above. Every week is more competitive on the Professional Golf Tour of India, and it's evidenced by our players who are doing so well all over the world. Another name to watch out in years to come will be Arjun Prasad, hailing from Gurugram. Still early days as far as his career is concerned. Has come close quite a few times. Has a penchant of shooting very low rounds. Will be looking to make his birdie here at hole number 5. Probably one of the first putts that we've seen from under the hole. We've seen putts from all over, but this is the first one that we're seeing from that angle for birdie. So, and that's probably the most favored putt that you could ask for. From all the 4 quadrants, this would probably be the ideal one if you were to make birdie. Seems like he's going to put yeah, that's a good one. Put a good stroke on that and made that birdie. Well done, Arjun. So he continues his ascendancy. Would move to 3 under par for the day and 10 under for the tournament. So my prediction of the winning score being 11 under par definitely looks like it's been blown to dust. So it seems like the players probably looking at a number like 15. Exemplary golf being displayed by them here. Now Harinder Gupta. Harry, as he's affably called. A 7 under par for the tournament. Yeah, never a doubt. Walk that in. Easy does it for him. So the players would now move to hole number 6. So for those of you who are joining us on this wonderful afternoon, I'd like to welcome you to the Adani Invitational Golf 2025, being played at Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort at Greater Noida. And the prize fund for this tournament is a whopping 1.5 crore. That's a lot of money to play for. In addition, the top 5 players also get awarded world ranking points. And currently leading the fray at 9 under par, Hani Besoya from Delhi, alongside Arjun Prasad at 9 under par. Hole number 7, another one of those trying par 3s. Hole number 7 plays to 179 yards.
7 plays to 179 yards. A par 3 should be anything between an 8 and a 6 iron, depending on where the flag location is on the day, right?
Yes, and a green that is perched atop and has 2 bunkers on either side flanking it.
With 26 in and 8 from the right, with this kind of a green design, is the 2-tiered green design, so it becomes tough for players to stop this ball on top for a birdie attempt. Ajitesh Sandhu.
On hole number 7, Ajitesh. Currently at 3 under par. Very calm and composed, Ajitesh Sandhu.
Always is. Got Arjun Prasad now leading up to 10 under par on that leaderboard with Hani Basoya and Yuvraj Sandhu at 9 under par. So Arjun becomes the first player in this field who has actually taken this up to double digits.
Om Prakash. He's really good with these shorter to mid irons, is Om Prakash. Likes to flight them from left to right.
This is the kind of flag location that OP can get close to.
Very consistent with his ball flight pattern.
So overshot that one and out to the left, but still an uphill attempt. Should be a makeable up and down, but certainly seems to be out of birdie reach.
This year has seen a very busy schedule, something that the players would not be complaining about. A lot of prize fund, many new tournaments, locations. It's just been a breakout year, so to speak, in many aspects.
And Tangaraja with that little bump forward as he picks that backswing up, kind of like a loading method. Nice shot there for
That-
Tangaraja if that holds up there, but that slope will probably
Yeah,
take it back another 20 feet.
He loaded that well and shot it off like a loaded gun, but unfortunately the ball is backtracking. Now that's what you don't like.
It's kind of unloading, is it?
Yeah, that is right on target.
That's the thing with this two-tier green, that unless and until you really pitched it up atop, it's not really going to stay. So that's the tough part. So you hit it too much, it's a problem. If you hit it too less, it's a problem. As we take a look at Shaurya Bhattacharya coming up here. Let's see if Shaurya Bhattacharya can
So
manage the distance as well.
What would be the way that you keep the ball on that upper shelf? Do you come in really high
I think
or try
a-
to bump it up? Or what
I
do you
think a
do?
high cut is a good method to go with. Kind of float it a little bit up there, but it'll also depend on the wind condition, right? You can't really hit a floater if it's playing headwind. So really depends on where the wind is blowing from at that moment.
I'm assuming the wind should be at the player's back today because they were playing headwind. on
Green
hole
now
number 2 and
is
3.
it's quite protected, right? It's got buildings at the far end of it, and it's got buildings behind, so very protected. Nice shot there by Shaurya Bhattacharya on the top tier.
It's a really good shot coming in high.
By the way, take a look there at the leaderboard. Arjun Prasad at 10 under par, Hani Basoya 9 under par alongside Yuvraj Sandhu. Harinder Gupta, the lone warrior, at 8 under with Adin Rupavandan trailing at 7 under par. So players really trying to get their game up there, but they've now got Arjun Prasad to catch up with. The leader group is now done with 5 holes for the day. Shankar Das also coming up at 3 under par alongside Aman Raj. We've got Dhruv Shoran at 4 under par as well. So go further down that leaderboard. Some of the notables in the field this week are Ajitesh Sandhu, we've got Rashid Khan, SSP Chaurasia. We've also got Chikkarangappa S playing this week.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
look
Back to the action. After a little bit of a technical glitch, we have Shaurya here. After that beautiful tee shot, and this should break a little to his left, and it has, and should be able to make his par. That was a good stroke on that. Not the easiest of putts, so a double breaker, left, right, and then right, left, and those are never easy for any of the players. Such a rich schedule this time. A preview of events. Week after this, we head on over to Ahmedabad for the Indo-Rama Ventures Golf Championship 2025. New event with a substantial prize fund of 2 crore in Thangaraja. For this putt to go in, he'd have to be assertive. You got to take the bitter pill and move on. The week after that, the tour heads to Kutab Golf Course for the Callens Open 2025, followed by PGTI Players Championship at the Classic Golf and Country Club. Om Prakash making that. Post that, we have the Kapildev Grant Thornton Invitational 2025 being played at the Prestige Golf Shire, Bengaluru. A tournament worth 2 crore. Now we have Shaurya lining up that putt. Should be a mere formality for Shaurya. Shaurya now.
Hole number 7 now. Honey Besoya. This hole is ideal for a player like Honey. He tends to hit the ball high and with a lot of compression, and see that right on cue. He's launched that high. Let's see if the line is correct. What a stellar shot. Probably the best that we've seen thus far. Unfortunate for that not to have held the green. Aryan, another player who has the ability of hitting those towering iron shots. On this golf course, it's pretty much laid bare that only a good shot will get close. There's no other way. You can't really pitch it short and run it up that slope. You have to really catch the bull by the horns, so as to speak. Another decent shot just over the back edge, and should be all right for a par from there. Straightforward chip shot. Saptak. Surprisingly, the wind has not played much of a factor so far. Usually picks up by around this time.
As we take a look back here on the golf course, we've got Aman Raj on the left side of our screen. We just saw Ajitesh Sandhu rolling in a putt very conveniently from about 6 feet away. We've got Ajitesh and Aman Raj both at 2 under par for the day and 4 under par of the tournament. Aman putting here on hole number 8. Aryan Rupa Anand with his caddy here at the back of the green, looking for a way out on this hole number 7, the par 3. Hole number 7 can play pretty tough with the flag on the second tier of the green. Aryan Rupa with a superb attempt here for a chip in. Very well judged shot there by him. We've got Hani Besoya coming up from the right top. All the way uphill to that flag location. Can Hani chip that one in for a birdie on this par 3? Playing 276 yards today. It seems like he yanked that one a bit left, and there'll be some work remaining for a par. We take a look at Saptak Talwar. Saptak Talwar coming up from just on top of that tier. Saptak currently at 6 under par for the tournament. He's made one birdie on the first hole and then had a string of pars after that. This is Saptak's home course. We're also told another player here whose home course it is Sukhman Singh, currently playing 4 under par for the day, who is an amateur golfer playing in one of his first few professional events here, currently at a total of 2 under par for the tournament. Sukhman Singh plies his trade here at the Jaypee Greens and considers this to be his home club. Hani Besoya coming off a par here from just about 4 feet away from the hole. Easy peasy lemon squeezy for him. As you now take a look at Aryan Rupa Anand, who's trying to clean up his own. Aryan currently at 3 under par for the day. He's made a string of birdies on hole number 2, 3 as well as on 4.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
As we get back to all of the live action here on the course at Jaypee Greens in Greater Noida. Hole number 7, the tee shot being hit by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Raj, after starting with a bogey on hole number 1, has made birdies on hole number 2, 4 as well as on 5. He is now up to 9 under par for the tournament, along with Hani Bisoya, trailing Arjun Prasad by 1 shot. For all of you who are just joining us, this is the Adani Invitational Golf Championship 2025 on the Professional Golf Tour of India with a prize purse of 1.5 crores. We are here at the Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort in Greater Noida. The PGTI is back here after a hiatus of 11 years. The tournament is being played by some of the top professionals of the country and also some of the international names, including SSP Charasya, Ajitesh Sandhu, Shaurya Bhattacharya, Chikkarangappa S, Khalin Joshi, to name a few. Got Adani hosting its first ever golf tournament here at the Jaypee Greens. We take a look at Shaurya Bhattacharya on our screens. Some of the foreign players in the field this week are Sri Lankan N. Thangaraja, American Koichiro Sato, as well as Nepal Sukra Bahadur Rai and Subhash Tamang. Shaurya Bhattacharya coming up here for his putt. Currently rolling in with a string of pars on the first 7 holes. We have Om Prakash Chauhan cleaning up there for his par. Om Prakash currently at a score of 6 under par. Om Prakash made an eagle on hole number 2 today and a birdie on hole number 5 to be at 6 under par for the tournament. We have, let's take a now look at N. Thangaraja. Thangaraja currently having a bit of a strugglesome day at 2 over par for the day. 1 under left over for the tournament. Looks like that is another blemish there on his scorecard. Rangaraja cleaning up there on hole number 8. Hole number 8 is a long par 4 here at the JP Greens Golf and Spa Resort. It's 512 yards, one of the longest par 4s that are played on the tour through the year. Arjun Prasad, our leader, on hole number 7. He's left himself on the front tier, the front part of the green. The pins way up top at 26 yards from the front edge today. Pins on the top side of the green. Lovely putt there by Arjun Prasad. Should be able to tap that one in for a par on the 7th. Long attempt there for birdie for him. Harinder Gupta coming out from just off the green on the left side of his hole location. Yuvraj Sandhu also coming up at the back of the green. A tough flag location here to get up close with. Any flag on the top tier of this green is a pretty tough one to get to, as we take a look on the 9th hole at Shaurya Bhattacharya coming up. Seems like he's leaked that one out slightly to the right. Doesn't seem very happy with that. Some of the top scores on the course right now. We've got Aryaman Aditya Mohan, who is at 4 under par for the day with 4 birdies and an eagle on his scorecard. Total of 3 under par for the tournament. We've also got Sukhman Singh, the amateur golfer from JP Greens, who is at 4 under par for the day and 2 under par for the tournament. We've also got Udayan Mane, the Olympian, at 4 under par for the day and 1 under par for the tournament. So I have Rohan Dhole Patil at 3 under par, as well as Varun Parekh at 3 under par for the day. Both the players with birdies each on hole number 12, as well as eagles on the hole number 15, the par 5. Both at an identical score of even par. The best score on the course right now for the day is 4 under par, which is flanked by Sukhman Singh, as well as Aryaman Aditya Mohan. Harinder Gupta, unfortunately, has had a blemish on his scorecard, making a triple bogey on hole number 6 and has dropped down to 5 under par for the tournament. Om Prakash Chauhan on the 9th. The 9th is a pretty straightforward 455-yard par 4, but 2 good shots are what is needed to be able to hit a good over here.
Delhi, and you want to tell us a little bit about how the day is going. First of all, thanks for speaking to us today. Just tell me a little bit about how the day is going and how do you feel playing the first Adani Invitational golf tournament?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just all pars till now. Very slow round going, and wind is a little less, so I feel like scoring is a little easier now. My first I've played in Jaypee before because I stay in Delhi only.
You can walk. I don't want to slow you up. You can hold the mic while you're talking. Yeah.
So Adani is just it was a bit. It's pretty amazing to be for Adani to be supporting golf in this country, and I feel like Adani has been supporting every system, and it's a great initiative to be supporting. Yeah.
All right. So I wish you luck. We don't want to keep you too long, and good luck on the back 9, and hope you make a lot of birdies. I saw you make a fantastic putt, and hope you make many more. Good luck.
That was my co-commentator Shaurya Singh along with Shaurya Bhattacharya on the course there on the ninth hole. We go back to Arjun Prasad, a man at 10 under par, putting for par here on hole number 7. Clean stroke there by Arjun Prasad. As we go up here now onto the ninth green. Aryan Rupanand coming from just off the green will be needing some work down there, but good 8 or 9 feet away for par. So Arjun Prasad has already had 2 top 10 finishes. He's finished third at the Glade 1 Presents Gujarat Open Golf Championship 2025, as well as has finished sixth at the Delhi Challenge 2021, which was a PGTI as well as a Hotel Planner Tour joint sanctioned event at the ITC Classic Golf Resort. Take a look at Honey Besoya, what seems to be his birdie putt here on the ninth hole. A long par 4, 455 yards off the back tees. And players would generally get the longer hitters would generally get about a 9 iron or so in, unless they're able to cut the corner and then make it a pitching wedge to the second shot. See Honey Besoya. It's really lost a bit of a balance there with his feet, Honey. Saptak Talwar coming up from slightly short of the flag. Saptak Talwar also plays out of the Jaypee Greens Golf Resort. This is his home course. Has finished second this year at the Glade 1 Presents Gujarat Open Golf Championship. Saptak also looking for his maiden title. If I'm not wrong, this is Saptak's second year on the tour. My apologies, this is year number 3 for Saptak Talwar here on the PGTI. Our penultimate group here on the ninth green, Aryan Rupa Anand, Saptak Talwar and Honey Besoya. Honey Besoya with a little clean up there for par on the ninth. See a lot of players standing much further away from the ball and using the blade putter still, and Honey Besoya missing that one. Seems like he underread that. There was a lot of curve from the right to the left on that ball. That'll be a 5 for Honey Besoya. A bit of a blemish from not too far away from the hole. It's a 3-putt. You can look at those as unforced errors. Sukra Bahadur Rai playing to 3 under par today at 1 under par for the tournament, creeping up to tie for 16th position. You also have Dhruv Shoran, who's playing a bogey-free 2 under par round and has moved up to 4 under par for the tournament. Take a look at the players now coming up. This is our third leader group. Quite not having the best of days. Tangaraja is Aryan Rupa Anand on hole number 9. Aryan Rupa Anand currently at 7 under par, tied alongside Honey Besoya for the third position. Aryan can hit it a long way. He's had an illustrious amateur career. Now hoping for the same as a professional, Saptak Talwar. Honey Besoya going with the driver here on the 9th hole. Players who can hit it far go usually over the left bunker and try to fly it a little bit further. If they can fly the first cut on that side, the shot that they can get is a wedge. But if they can't go that side, then they'll have to go towards the right, which is about a 9 or 8 iron to the green after that, which is about 150, 60 yard shot for the players mostly.
You're having a great day today. So first of all, thanks for speaking to us. I know that It's serious business right now, and you're in the midst of it. How's your experience been playing this tournament? And is there any game plan that you have, or are you just going to play it hole by hole?
Firstly, great to come back to Jaypee Greens. I think coming back here after 5 years, couple of changes in the golf course, but there's a sense of familiarity being here. I quite like the track, the conditions that that we're getting to face this week. So excited to be here, and like you said, a pretty good start. Just gonna take it as it comes. Certain game plan is in play, but gotta take it shot by shot and see how it goes.
We know that you're in a good nick, and we wish you luck and have a good round and play well.
Thank you. Thanks. Cheers.
Take a look on green here. We've got on the right side of our screen is hole number 10, green, where we've got N. Thangaraja putting. Thangaraja having a bit of a rough day today out on the golf course. Currently at 2 over par for the day and 1 under for the tournament. Makes that one. That should help him get his spirits up high again. I think that's N. Thangaraja putt there for par. Got Arjun Prasad having a little bit of an outing at the beach on the 9th. The 9th, my apologies, that's the 8th hole green from the right side. It's a pretty good shot from that bunker. He should have about 6 or 8 feet for his par. Harinder Gupta. Stellar shot there by Harinder from the bunker on the right side. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu seems to have a longish attempt here for birdie on the same hole. Flag today on the 8th is 14 in and 4 from the left. Tough one to approach from the fairway, as usually players would have a long iron shot to this hole. So centerish and back flags a little easier to get to on this green, because the length of the shot is about 200 plus yards when you're coming in. So long irons are tougher to stop on front flags, especially with currently the greens playing slightly on the hard side, which makes it tougher to score. Greens are playing pretty fast as well. 11 on the stimp in the morning, which probably gets it down to about 11 and a half, quarter to 12 by the time you get down to the afternoon, which is about now. As he got the speed right. The long putts usually it's of course putting has got two aspects to it, mainly speed as well as line. But on a long putt, the more important part of that putt becomes the speed. If the player can control the speed well, if the line is slightly off, you can manage it. But if the speed is off, then you're really looking at a tough comeback putt for your par attempt. So Yuvraj Sandhu there has managed his speed very well. Of course, he knows the tricks of the trade. He should have about 5 feet left for his par. Arjun Prasad, the first to go. Prasad seems to have a right to left putt here, slightly uphill. Unfortunately, that'll be drop shot there for Arjun Prasad, going down to 9 under par for the tournament. Momentarily losing his lead. I'm pretty sure he'll be back up there before we all know it.
दुनिया में कुछ लोग कहते हैं और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
Back to the action here at the Jaypee Greens. You're watching the Adani Invitational Golf Championship. This is the PGTI Adani Invitational Golf Championship. This is the inaugural tournament here by Adani Group. Prize money here is of 1.5 crore rupees. We've got some of the top names in professional golf from India playing, as well as a lot of international names playing this week. Some of the top foreign names are N. Thangaraja, American; Koichiro Sato, Bangladesh's Akbar Hussain. These are the players who have made it to the weekend rounds. Italians, Michele Ortolani and Federico Zucchetti. I could be wrong with those pronunciations, so please pardon me. We've got some of the players, local lads in the field who are doing well currently are Sukhman Singh, who is a teenager, he's an amateur golfer playing well through the day. He's at 4 under par for the day and 2 under par for the tournament. So really making use of this opportunity. Curtain raiser to this event was held on the 29th of March at the Belvedere Golf and Country Club in Ahmedabad. At this event, 5 leading Indian professionals conducted a golf clinic, and Mr. Pranav Adani, the director of Adani Enterprises, and Mr. Kapil Dev, the president of the PGTI, announced that they have a vision that the Adani Group as well as the PGTI will partner and develop golfing talent and help in advancing Indian golf. The partnership will be to open up a joint Adani PGTI golf training academy at the Belvedere Golf and Country Club in Ahmedabad. The Adani Group's commitment to grassroots development and supports India's 2036 Olympic bid, reflecting upon the group's aim to resonate with aspirations of a broad Indian audience. So our leader groups have now cleared up. We've got Yuvraj Sandhu coming up on the 9th hole, completing his campaign for the first 9 holes of the day. left side of our screens, we've got Saptak Talwar. Saptak, who's on the 9th green.
We'll just walk a little slow till there, yeah? So we're here with the co-leader, Yuvraj Sandhu. First of all, thanks for speaking to us. I know that you're in the middle of a pitched battle for this tournament, and along with your roommate and good friend, both of you leading the tournament. I want to know how your game is feeling. We saw you hit a blistering drive on headwind. You hit probably a wedge, so I find that incredulous. But how's your game going, and how do you feel?
I feel the game is good. It's just it's fun to play with my roommate. Of course, it's the second time I'm playing a leader group with Arjun this year itself. So I think it's comforting. It's fun. And I've got my friend here, Bikram. So I feel Jaypee is also comforting to me. So game has to be good when you're comfortable. I think that's something that plays a very important role. And coming into this week, the game did feel very, very comfortable off the tee into the greens and onto the green. So I'm just hoping to put together a good 2-day total.
So I have to ask you a question. Is there a number you have in mind, or are you just gonna go hole by hole?
No, I don't have a number in mind. I never have a number in mind.
Fantastic. A rookie question by me. But anyways, have a good one. And thanks so much for speaking. And I wish you all the best. And we're really enjoying watching you play.
Absolutely.
Good luck.
So much.
Play well.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
So we get back to the live action from the course. We have Hani Besoya on the 9th. Hani currently at 7 under par for the tournament. Raja seems to be completely miffed by that putt. Didn't expect that one to curve out left to be that much. Tapping that one in on the 10th hole. Rangaraja is having a tough day today. Is now at even par for the tournament. Some of the players who are really utilizing the moving day are Rohan Dole Patil, Pranav Madikar, as well as Varun Parekh. All three players at 3 under par for the day and level par for the tournament. They've moved up some multiple positions to be at a tie for 22nd position. We've also got Udayan Mane, who's at 4 under par for the day and 1 under par for the tournament, at a tie for 16th position now. Shaurya Bhattacharya cleans up there on hole number 1. He's playing with a string of pars today. Has stitched up about 9 of them together. I think it's the same story on the 10th as we take a look at Om Prakash Chauhan. Flag location on the 10th is 13 from the front and 5 from the right. Green is 27 yards deep. There's ample space there. Unfortunately, that wouldn't make at the bottom of the cup for Om Prakash Chauhan. Cleaning up there for OP. Things are becoming interesting here at the Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort. We have Yuvraj Sandhu and Arjun Prasad both tied up at 9 under par. Aryan Rupa Anand and Hani Besoya at 7 under par. And Saptak Talwar at 6 under par. A lot of action still remains to be seen over the next 27 holes. Arjun Prasad coming up from the fairway. It's a pretty good shot there by Arjun Prasad. He should have a good look at birdie there from about 15 feet away. You've got Ariman Aditya Mohan, who has slowly creeped up to 3 under par to be at a tie for 10th position, tied alongside Arjun Sharma, Shankar Das, Aman Raj, and Shaurya Bhattacharya. Ajitesh Sandhu playing a bogey free 2 under par to be at 4 under, tie for 8th position currently. Harinder Gupta, as he's got the tournament director, Mr. Sampath Chari, right behind him. Harinder coming up just about 3 feet short off the hole here. Arjun Prasad seems to be actually checking out the line by the aim point method. So definitely Shaurya Singh was correct on that. Arjun has a good look at birdie here after dropping a shot on hole number 8. Prasad looking for his first victory on the tour. Needs to separate himself from the field. Unfortunately, that pretty good attempt, but seems like might have overread the line there a little bit. Arjun will have to clean that one up for par. It's got about hardly a foot there, so should be fine. Yuvraj Sandhu also has a putt for birdie here on hole number 9. Yuvraj is slightly closer than what Arjun Prasad had. Both players are tied at 9 under par. It's of course early days right now. One can't really tell who's really going to be gunning for the victory here yet. But I still think it's anyone's game. At the end of the day, 9 under to 4 under par. If it's 5 shots away, it's really within striking distance. Unexpected miss there. Seems like he left it with a little bit overread, but great attempt there by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. I think we still have a lot of action remaining here with the next 27 holes. It'll be interesting to see which of these players can really take this tournament up to the next level. Can someone take this up to 13 or 14 under par? That'll be an interesting thing to look. Harinder Gupta cleans up there for par on the 9th. Harinder, as Mr. Joel said some time back, is a grinder. Grinder is really someone who will keep playing to save that one shot. And that's what mostly great golfers do. They save that one shot, even if things are not going their way. Arjun Sharma making 2 eagles today. He's now up to 5 under par for the tournament, creeping up to a tie for 6th position alongside Om Prakash Chauhan and Harinder Gupta. Very much within striking distance of a victory. Arjun Sharma also plays out of the Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort. This is also his home course. Saptak Talwar on hole number 10. Maintaining himself at 1 under par for the day. Just one birdie on the first hole and stringing up pars after that. Saptak playing with a cack-handed grip on his putting. If one veers off slightly to the low side of the hole, he'll have to settle for a par here again. Aryan Rupa Anand disturbed by something. Aryan seems to be putting for birdie here on the 10th. The 10th is not a very long hole. It's a 354-yard hole, but depending on the flag location, that second shot can be quite challenging. So players could be hitting anything from a 4-iron off the tee to a driver off the tee, depending on who is setting up what kind of a second shot. Great putt there by Aryan Rupa Anand. Easy cleanup. I'll confirm shortly what score did he make. It seems like he's made a birdie here. So we take a look at Hani Besoya. Unfortunately, that wouldn't like to be. Seems like he's having a few putting wows there. Honey would still have about 3.5 feet left to clean up. He knew it straight off. As soon as he hit that putt, he was like, he knew that it wasn't going to find the bottom of the cup. Stellar shot there. Hole number 11. Got a player coming from the back of the green. On hole number 11 today, the flag is 22 in and 4 from the left. Not much of room at the back of the green. And Thangaraja coming in with his chip just short of the hole. But Om Prakash Chauhan, pretty good shot there by OP. OP also within puttable distance for his par here. It's hardly 3 feet away. As we now take a look at Shaurya Bhattacharya, also at the back of the green here. Just off the green, Shaurya has decided to play with his wedge. What a lovely shot there, and chips it in for a birdie. Shaurya Bhattacharya making his first birdie of the day on hole number 11. That two in style, chipping it in. And Thangaraja needs to clean this one up. A recap. Hits that one in perfectly and dies that one into the hole. Super shot there by Shaurya. So we take a look at OP. OP was coming from the low side of the hole and has actually managed to hit this shot really beautifully. Knocks that one in for par. OP would stay at 5 under par for the tournament. Now on the 10th hole, we have our leader group coming up. Yuvraj Sandhu, Harinder Gupta and Arjun Prasad. Harinder coming up from the fairway. Seems like Yuvraj is elected to go with a driver and on much nearer the green than the other players. Harinder has set himself up with a wedge shot. Arjun coming in from the left side. Seems like he's also gone with a driver. He'll have to be really good with that wedge. If he's in that bunker, that's a long bunker shot. Usually tough ones. Ball doesn't seem to be in the bunker. He seems to be just outside of it. Seems to be flopping that one up. Does he have the right yardage for it? That's a really nice shot there by Arjun Prasad, setting himself up for a realistic birdie opportunity here on hole number 10. Yuvraj Sandhu just short of the green after his drive. That's a stellar shot. Take a look at the recap. Arjun Prasad really showing some prowess there with a wedge, opening up that club face and flopping it up. Take a quick look now at Yuvraj Sandhu. Yuvraj looks like he's hitting a low bump and run, kind of a chip shot. Solid shot there for Yuvraj Sandhu, giving himself just about 3 to 3.5 feet for birdie here on the 10th. We have Harinder Gupta coming up from just short and right of the green. Harinder will still have some work to do. He's got about 4 or 5 feet remaining for his par. Harinder, after that one blemish on his scorecard of a triple bogey on the 6th hole, trying to get his score back. He was well under par and nearer to the leaders, but now at 5 under par, very much within striking distance. We take a look at Arjun Prasad. Arjun now putting for birdie here on the 10th. He's got about 9 feet remaining. He's hit a stellar shot from the fairway, just off the fairway, in fact. Superb birdie there by Arjun Prasad, moving himself back to 10 under par for the tournament. Harinder now coming up for par. Cleans that one up pretty decently, Harinder. Of course, from the fairway with a wedge in your hand, you're really not looking at struggling to make par, but happens, that's golf. So we take a look at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. It's got what remains to be like a tap in for his birdie here on hole number 10. Does that one up pretty easily. Yuvraj Sandhu and Arjun Prasad would be tied up at 10 under par now for the lead. Both players going neck to neck. They will be 3 shots ahead of Aryan Rupa Anand, who is lonesome right now at 7 under par. As we say that, we go now to the 11th hole, where we have the group of Aryan Rupa Anand, Saptak Talwar and Hani Besoya walking up after their second shots. Back with the live action on the course. Coming off the right side of the green here on the 11th hole, Aryan Rupa Anand. That's a long way away from the flag location, which is perched up on the left side today at 22 yards in. He's a good about 60-70 feet away from the flag. And seems he's still pretty far away from the flag. That's a miscued putt there for Aryan Rupa Anand. That'll be another about 18 feet remaining for par. That's quite a bit of work remaining for cleaning up.
been a stellar day of golf thus far. We're seeing some very good scoring. And I think the golf course is, especially the back nine, might prove to be a little difficult if the wind does indeed pick up, but no evidence of that as of now. We still have Yuvraj leading at 10 under par alongside Arjun Prasad. Honey Besoya on our screens. And a word about our title sponsor, Adani Group. Headquartered in Ahmedabad, Adani Group is India's largest and fastest growing portfolio of diversified businesses with interests across energy and utilities, transport and logistics, including seaports, airports, shipping and rail, metals and materials, and consumer sectors. The Adani Group has established a leadership position in the market. The group's success is driven by its core philosophy of nation building and growth with goodness, focusing on sustainable development. Adani Group is committed to environmental stewardship and community improvement through its CSR programs, which are grounded in the principle of sustainability, diversity, and shared values. This is the inaugural Adani Invitational, and it's been a resounding success thus far. We've seen a host of participants from all over the world. The cut was applied at 3 over par at the extremely testing Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort, which measures at almost 7,500 yards, one of the longest golf courses in Asia. And at one point in time, this was the longest golf course in India as well. And a test of golf. Multiple water bodies. As you have a look at Aryan, who misses that putt. Multiple water bodies. Greens rolling at blistering 11. So not just your long game, even your short game has to be on point if you are to escape unscathed and come out victorious here. There's a lot to play for. 1.5 CR worth of money. Of course, the players do play for pride as well, but the added change doesn't hurt at all. Saptak now. A very stable player, Saptak, and good length of the tee as well is emblematic of the modern player. Even keeled, good all round, long hitter, athletic, and makes that. Let's also have a look at the leaderboard. Arjun Prasad leading alongside Yuvraj Sandhu, Aryan Rupanand at 7 under par, Ajitesh Sandhu, who's eagle, hole number 12, moves to 6 under par. Ajitesh also in a purple patch of sorts. Really good player with a good showing the previous week at the Indian Open as well. He's really a player who performs on all different sort of golf courses, and it's a game that lends itself well, especially to places where you require premier ball striking. Honey Besoya, 6 under par, tied alongside Saptak Talwar. Arjun Sharma, who plays a lot of golf here, is at 5 under par.
देखो ये वाली लाइन और ये वाली लाइन को मैच कर लो. हो गया ना, मैच हो गया. ये देखो, वो देखो.
Now address the ball. Stand a little. Good. Good. Good job. Good job. Take the club back without hitting me. Try again. That's the feeling. Try. Reverse. How was that?
Good morning. My name is Vihan Benaikia and I'm from the 9th grade of Adani International School.
Hello everyone. My name is Joan Lisbeth and I study in grade 6A Adani International School. Good morning. I'm from Adani International School and my name is Sharwin. And I'm from grade 2C.
Today, Kapil Dev sir came and it really boosted my confidence and morale.
I barely play golf, but today when I came to this experience, I felt that this experience was the one I'm looking for. And it is a special experience I learned a lot from the pro golfers. They taught me how to putt well, how to do good shots, and a lot more. Kapil Dev sir also taught me a lot today.
Mentors from the PGTI association really helped me in improving my golf swing, especially with my angle of my backswing.
I like to say I like golf now, and I'm improving more and more. And thank you for motivating me. I hope I become someone like them.
Back to the action now. A look at hole number 18, flanked by a large water body. It's the ideal finishing ground. And maybe there will be quite a twist in this story on hole number 18 as we head towards the final day. An interesting hole when it comes to it, especially. It's the ideal risk reward hole. A look at Shaurya now on hole number 12, the par 5. There seem quite a few eagles. Ajitesh Sandhu, Arjun Sharma, Aditya Ariman, Aditya Mohan, Tapindra Ghai, Ankur Chadda. Oh, that's a good try. So that makes it 5 eagles on that hole. The longer hitters can get over the bump and get a favorable kick and then maybe even head into the hole with a 6-7 iron at times. So it's definitely one where you want to utilize all the ample power that you have. Om Prakash Chauhan. Shaurya now after that attempt at a chip in.
Body.
Makes that. We move off to hole number 13. Another precarious hole with water all along the right hand side. Now, this is a golf course that you can't really let your mind wander even for a shot, so to speak, because there are not many easy tee shots.
Absolutely.
Normally what you would think that a golf course this long would provide you ample elbow room, but here, it is flanked by water hazards and unplayable areas and so on and so forth. So it's one where you have to really keep your wits about you.
And the thing is that you need length as well. So you've got to hit it far. At the same time, you've got to keep it in play. There are hazards, just like we saw now on hole number 12. Have got water hazard on the side of the hole. You've still got to hit a lengthy shot because you've got a par 5 here. You've got a very long par 4 on hole number 13. And the par 3 hole number 14 is another tough one. So, looking at the design of the holes, you will need accuracy as well as length. And that's what makes it tough.
Yeah, especially hole number 13. It's the ominously, rather the hole number 14. It's quite a par 3. You can drop 2 shots in the blink of an eye, and maybe in some respects it's similar to the TPC 17 Sawgrass. Probably not as dramatic, if not more. But if the wind starts buffeting and you have that flag anywhere towards the front, it's not easy. It's a very difficult choice, and the hazard really does come into play. If you miss the hazard and go into the left bunker, that's no easy pickings either. So,
especially when the greens are fast, you don't want to be way over the green because everything is sloping into the water hazard. So it's not an easy shot if you overshoot it anyway.
Yeah, you require good discipline on that hole to sort of take your medicine, play to about 20 feet, and not get too aggressive. I think that's one of the holes that the tournament can get away from you.
But I think you said it rightly. It's got to do with what kind of wind you have, what kind of yardage you have, and if you've got a pin position towards the right side, of course, you want to have some caution with it, especially not understanding where the wind is from. These days, the golf course has a lot of buildings around it, so to not be able to understand the wind that is up there can be a crucial aspect to that kind of a golf tee shot. Ajitesh Sandhu also making an eagle on hole number 12, the par 5, has moved up to 6 under par for the tournament. So we've got Aryaman Aditya Mohan, who is at 5 under par for the day, the best score on the course. So is Udayan Mane at 5 under par for the day. Got Yuvraj Sandhu on our screen. Sandhu's playing partner now will have about 15 odd feet remaining for what seems to be a par putt. That was Harinder Gupta.
Harry, as he's called affably by his friend, and that reminds me of the famous Western, Dirty Harry. Clint Eastwood.
Clint Eastwood.
Go on, make my day.
What an actor.
Go on, make my day.
Did you see, was that Gran Turismo?
Yeah, Gran Torino.
Torino.
It's to be said with a very gruff voice. You say, my Gran Torino.
And what was that other movie? It was on boxing.
Oh, that
$1 Million Baby?
$1 Million Baby. As we have a look at another $1 million, probably $1 billion baby, Yuvraj Sandhu. The man with the Midas touch. Currently leading alongside his friend, Arjun Prasad. Roommates competing for the victory. Doesn't get better than that. Maybe just switch your roommate's alarm off in the morning. That might be one way to get it done.
Incidentally, the news on the tour now is that whoever's been rooming for the last couple of weeks with Arjun Prasad has been winning, and I'm hoping that Arjun Prasad is rooming with himself this week.
What about people who are over the hill, and does that magical elixir rub off on them as well?
You might get an entry into a tournament if that's what you're looking for.
I think for me that's as good as winning, my friend. Sometimes we define our own victories. Serious business out on the golf course, even if it isn't so in the commentary box.
It's never serious business in the commentary box.
Harinder Gupta.
Harinder, what seems to be his par putt, has dropped down to 4 under par for the tournament. He's got a long attempt here to stay at 4 under par.
That's something that I really feel this golf course will do to you. It will grind you down. It will wear you down the further you get into a tournament, especially if you're not a long hitter. Brilliant putt. That's something
Lovely
that I have
save.
experienced in tournaments that I've played. If you're a medium hitter, towards the last 2 days, if you're getting tired, it'll really catch you unawares. There's so many holes where you need to fly at about 275, 280 over tough lines. And believe you me, if you're not feeling it, you'll be taking a dip in the holy water, my friend.
You know, Shaurya, there's a reason why you and I are both in the commentary box right now.
But that's not necessary. We let it be known to the world. Arjun Prasad, also sporting those bi-metal sort of putters.
So those who can't comment.
Those who, yeah, something like that. Those who can't teach, preach, or something like that. Those who can't do, preach. Those who can't do, teach, and those who can't play, comment. I think that's you get the gist.
Drift. Arjun Prasad.
Oh, that's a good one. A fist bump.
Asserting himself on the course on the 11th hole and really showcasing some authority there.
So, Rahul, you want to tell us
Sandhu.
these players have a very very elaborate pre-game routine. They go to the range, limber up, they stretch in the morning, they do their mental work, maybe breath work and visualize, hit a few balls, and then get onto the golf course. As you have a look at that live feed, I have a question for you after this.
Honey Besoya on the right side. We've got Honey coming up on hole number 12, the par 5. From the back of the green, seems like he's gone for 2 on and a lovely chip there.
So that should be pretty much a birdie. Looks safe. So I was saying the players have a very elaborate routine. What about commentators? Is there something similar that you do? You think of the best punchlines? You read the thesaurus in the morning? Oh, what is it? I really want to know. How does this brilliance, it happens de facto, or do you have to work on it?
No, one's got to really follow their routines. We've got to dot those I's and cross those T's every time you get down to the commentary box. You've got to really prepare yourself, be it mentally as well as physically. It's not easy to be here for 6 hours, you see, and making sure that the caffeine is up to the mark and the body is hydrated, the mind is satiated, and all the food has been taken in, all the vitamins and minerals are all in place, so that we can continue here with endurance and stamina through the day.
If I didn't know better, I have a look at that live feed too, and Yuvraj. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you're talking about going in for a boxing match. You're making it sound a lot more difficult than what it is. But yes, I like it. I like it.
Really
You sprinkled all the extra additives in there. As we have a look at Saptak on hole number 12.
Mind you, this is no easy business. So.
Absolutely, not for the faint of heart. Oh, that's a good point. Commentary often reminds me of my favorite show, Whose Line Is It Anyway? Where the points don't matter.
That's one funny show.
Yeah, the points don't matter, but you still got to know what to say. Got to think on your feet, and also being able to relay the information while the best in the business go on about playing golf. Aryan Rupa Anand in purple and currently 2 under par.
That was the aim point methodology, and I think you were right about Arjun Prasad, as I noticed that he also follows that. On one of the holes, we noted that he was reading it via that same method. It's kind of like it's relatively new to be reading the greens like that, and I think
there was some controversy around it. There was a player that said that aim point takes too much time and
there have been a couple of players who've actually said these things, and some players argue that it actually makes it faster because it removes the guesswork out. So we don't really know which one's right, which one's wrong. At the end of the day, that's Aryan Rupa Anand. Unfortunately, wouldn't make that birdie. Would have to settle for a par here on the par 5.
Yeah, that was out of character. That was a short putt far in maybe all of 5.5 feet, missing it on the lower side. Let's see if Honey can get that in the hole.
Honey Besoya for birdie here. It's a great long hole, this the 12th hole. You've got to really hit that drive up onto the mound. If you have enough carry, only then can you get past that fairway bunker. And after that, you will have to hit another really good 3-wood or a hybrid to get it up onto the green. Honey Besoya with a birdie here on the 12th. That would move Honey up to 6 under par for the tournament. He's just started the back 9 on a not so nice out of 2 bogeys on a trot. Saptak Talwar. Talwar looking at about 3 feet. Strikes that one in. No trouble there for Saptak Talwar, and I think that is a birdie there for him, which moves him to 8 under par for the tournament. I will confirm that up shortly for you.
We see quite a few players making a charge. None more so than Aryaman Aditya Mohan, 5 under par for the day. And that's what prodigious power can do for you. He's also one of those players that hits it a country mile. A very strong young player. So we have a look at this chip coming up for Shaurya on hole number 30. Left a little bit of meat on that bone.
Not too bad, about 6 feet out away for what looks like perhaps a par putt. This is hole number 13. Hole number 13 over here at the Jaypee Greens is a 407-yard par 4. Players usually have to navigate a creek in the middle of the way and a water hazard on the right, so which leaves them to hit about a 270, 280-yard shot at max to keep themselves on the green surface.
But I must say that the 407 yardage, it is definitely prior to the lengthening, I feel. Because
Correct.
now the tee has gone back about 20 odd yards.
Right.
And it definitely plays a lot longer than 407, especially with that water on the right.
Right. So does that make the hole a little easier or a little tougher?
A lot more difficult.
Lot more difficult.
Because there's that sort of jutting out part from the water that comes into play. You have to carry it at least 270 even if you want to hit it to the right-hand
Now
side.
what's it to carry the bunker now? Because
The
earlier
left-
you could carry the bunker at about 260 odd yards.
I think now the bunker is really out of play because the angle that it is, the bunker's gone a lot far left from this tee.
Right.
So bunker is not really that much into play, but the right-hand part of the hazard comes into play. So you'll see players use a 3-wood a lot more. Previously, they would go with a rescue. Now the minimum that even a long hitter would use is a 3-wood.
We can see a lot of separating happening now of the top of the leaderboard from the other players, where Yuvraj Sandhu and Arjun Prasad are at 10 under, 3 shots away from Saptak Talwar, and Ajitesh Sandhu alongside Om Prakash Chauhan and Aryan Rupa Anand at 6 under par. So we definitely see some amount of separation happening over here, but still I would say that these are early days and we've got a lot more golf to be played.
Udyan Mane as well, putting together still around 5 under par today. Udyan still got 3 holes to go. You know, this is a golf course where you under par, you know that you're playing well. There's not any other golf course where you can just get around with short game or a few good shots. Here you have to hit one good shot after the other.
Some players are truly making use of the moving there here.
As we have a look at on a live feed too, it's the 12th, the par 5, and you can see Yuvraj is down there with a mammoth drive. We'll get into it after having a look at Om Prakash Chauhan live feed 1. You can see that
I think that's Arjun Prasad in the fairway bunker.
I'm not quite certain who that is.
It looks like that's Arjun Prasad. He's playing alongside Yuvraj Sandhu.
Om Prakash Chauhan, unfortunately, missing that putt. That bunker is about 285 to 90 to fly. So
Certainly not an easy one.
Harinder Gupta has also reeled off a big drive. Not
Absolutely.
really known for his power game, but the thing about this hole is if you can hit it straight and carry it about 280.
Yes, you got to pitch it in the right spot,
So
right?
I think he would still have that fly of between 275 to 285, somewhere in there. A median fly of about 280, which is good enough.
I think in today's day and age, if you're really playing at the highest level of the sport, you will have to fly it a long distance. Otherwise, you're going to struggle to be able to compete because it's really a birdie game out there. It's not a game where you'll be able to hit 6 irons into greens and survive.
I've been much impressed by Shaurya. He's made some good putts, especially the right to left 5 to 6 footers, and he's made another one here. Kudos to him. Now, this shot that Yuvraj has facing him on hole number 12, he's coming out from the rough, and given how the ball is sitting up, because it's warmer condition, the ball tends to sit up, and he could be going with a really short club. Even if the yardage would be, according to my understanding from where he is, about 210 yards to the flag. So he could be even going with a 7 or an 8 iron given how the ball is sitting up.
I think
because he'll be playing for a flyer. It's turning a little bit too much.
It's turning a little bit to the left.
Yes.
Not so certain.
Oh, that's his...
Unfortunately, that's going to be in the drink.
That was too aggressive from there. And I think he played for that flyer and didn't come out like that. That's what's happened.
Unfortunately, also, that was yanked a bit too much to the left. That ball's got to be played a bit more to the right.
Yeah,
So
Harry, let's see. He's obviously played a little further to the right. I think that's one of the psychological aspects. Is it turning back? No, he's pretty flared it out right, and that's not a good shot either. But
yeah, that's a
if
tough
you have
shot.
to look between the devil and the deep blue sea, I'd say that's still better because he can make an up and down for birdie.
Yep.
But I say Yuvraj, that is an unforced error. You know, a short iron for him, and now you look at the kind of shot that he's facing for his fourth. So it's he's really being tested now. It's not going to be easy. You have to keep your wits about you now. Should look to hit it about 20 feet right. I think you can see the wind also has picked up. Maybe that's one of the factors. The wind could have buffeted that ball down.
yes, I think that's a possibility that the wind could have actually thrown that ball a bit more left than what he thought it would. But yes, that is definitely a bit of an error on that card. But easier said than done, I guess. So let's wait and watch as to what Yuvraj would do from here. Well, we still have plenty golf to be played, so there's nothing to worry about. Saptak Talwar making birdies on 11 and 12 to move up to 8 under par for the tournament within striking distance.
Interesting to note what kind of approach he uses here.
Well, I think Yuvraj is a fairly aggressive player. I think he would pretty much go towards the flag again and try to hunt it down.
Would be coming in with a lot shorter club this time. Oh, that's his.
Far right.
I think he might be a little hot on the collar now after those two errant shots, and he's really being tested here now. Will have his work cut out for 6. A very difficult up and down from there. But the
We'll now be pulling out the names of the 3 lucky winners for today's lucky draw. Okay, it's ticket number 007. 007. Had to be lucky. Anurag Gupta. Anurag Gupta, winner of the 3rd prize. 007 is not here apparently. Anurag, that's you? Okay, no, we move on. Bogey, next name. Some say it's unlucky, but this time lucky. 013, ticket number 13, Sapna. Is Sapna here? Okay, 007 and 13 both miss out. We move on to the next one. SS Basar code 019, winner of the 3rd prize. Sir, can we see your stamp, please? Yes, the ticket is stamped. Mr. Basakod, winner of the third prize in the lucky draw today. We are done. Thank you, sir. Please stay on for some time. We'll have a group picture with all the winners after the ceremony is over. Now for the second prize. Arman Chandra, 010. Arman. Is he here? The terms of competition lay down clearly that the winner is supposed to be present to collect his or her prize. So we move on to the next one. Is the winner here? Okay. We carry on. The next ticket. 012, Shambhu. Winner of the second prize. Shambhu. Is Mr. Shambhu here?
They're buying tickets and not coming.
Another bogey.
Lovely, go ahead.
I can see the glee on the face of some ticket holders who are present. Karanveer, 005. Is Karanveer here?
I think they're watching. The game is so intoxicating, they're watching the game.
Oh, so they are watching the fascinating action on the golf course. Karanveer. Okay, we move on. Karanveer. 005. Please collect your prize. Stamp. 005 Karanveer. Correct. Winner of the second prize. Please step up, Mr. Bhati.
₹5,000.
5,000 rupees for the second place.
Okay, well done. Just stay back for the group picture.
Karanveer, just stay back for the group picture. Finally, we come to the grand prize, the first prize. $022, Jaydeep M. Mr. Jaydeep Marar. The grand prize, first prize. So is there a stamp on that?
You have a stamp on it?
Yes. So he's the winner of the first prize.
Give it to them.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jaydeep Marar, winner of the first prize in the lucky draw today, takes away a prize worth rupees 10,000. And now we'll have a group picture with the three winners. Thank you. Thank you. That's it from the prize presentation of the lucky draw ceremony. We'll have our final lucky draw held tomorrow around the same time. So look forward to seeing you all on the course tomorrow as well. Thank you.
drive, he would have had nothing more than a 7-iron from that rough. Good putt. And you get a little aggressive and you try to make an eagle of the second shot, and then you never know. We're not quite certain what he's putting for from here, whether it's a bogey or.
Well, it's
He was 4 over the green, so
we'll have to still confirm it as we get the.
I think from the looks of it, it could be a bogey putt because I don't see him missing that first putt this far. So
That was a chip that he had to hit from far away. Yeah.
So he would be 5 here. If he can just walk away with a bogey, that would really feel
Absolutely
like a victory at this point in time. It's really well done.
Nicely done.
If that is indeed a bogey.
We will keep you updated on those scores. Saptak Talwar's score is 8 under par, as we mentioned that we will confirm it in some time. And we also have Arjun Sharma, Ajitesh Sandhu, as well as Hani Besoya at 6 under par, Saptak at 8 under par. And we are yet to come to know what our leaders, Yuvraj and Arjun, have finished with at hole number 12. As we track the golf ball here on the par 3.
Beautiful par 3. Marquee hole.
Much
This
more beautiful
flag,
from the commentary box, isn't it?
But this flag sort of takes the water out of play.
Yes, it does.
Gets the bunkers into play because
It
you
does.
have enough club unless you hit a really bad shot.
If I'm not wrong, tomorrow's pin position would be like a right front pin position. That really does get it into play.
So we're seeing hole number 13. It's not seen a single double bogey. So you see the water has not been much of a factor.
Sorry, this is the 14th.
My apologies. The 14th. So it's seen birdies galore, but it's not seen any big numbers. So that's another decent shot. If you have the flag anywhere on the front right, front left, I would think the front left is probably the most difficult.
Front right actually would be more difficult. The front left is not so.
I find the front left a little more difficult because you get the water in play because
You're looking at the wrong things, my friend.
Well, I always look at the glass half full, my friend.
Well, have you noticed this glass? It's quite full.
It is quite full. Now let's have a look at this shot by
Aryan.
Aryan. Quite that high. Oh, that is a very difficult shot coming up. Believe you me, he's gonna take a lot of imagination, execution. Now this is where I think you might agree. You have to really use the bounce of the club.
Well,
You can't quite jab at that unless you're pitching it short. But really difficult shot.
in my opinion, this is a position where use anything. You want to use bounce, you want to use anything. You use it, but get that ball as close as possible to the hole. It's a tough shot from there. You short-sighted yourself with a water hazard up front. You want to flop it up. You want to be soft with the ball, but it's a tough shot anyhow.
Hole number 13, we can see that ball trundling on the fairway. Perfect territory. From there, you probably get a pitching wedge. Beautiful day. Perfect weather. Early April. It's not too warm. The air is thin, so you can hit it far. And that's something that you need to do here at the Jaypee Greens, given the prodigious length of this golf course.
So to confirm the scores here, Yuvraj Sandhu did finish with a bogey and a pretty good bogey there on that par 5 after the blemish shot, as well as the next one that he hit also was far right. So he did a pretty good job there. And Arjun Prasad stays on top at 10 under par. He made a 5.
You know, that might be a defining bogey, to be honest. That's a brilliant bogey. If you've ever seen one, that's the one, because that chip shot was not easy.
Absolutely. For that flag location, top right ball, it's not an easy shot from there.
He might have had all of 40 yards from ball to pin, and he had a stellar chip shot. So shows you that his recovery game and his mental game is on point as well.
So you got now. So Yuvraj has already won 2 tournaments this year, and there is no doubt that he is right on top of his game. And of course, see, at the end of the day, one has to take some chances towards some flag locations, and if we actually end up making them good, we always think that, oh wow, what a player. And if they don't turn out so well, we always wonder, because hindsight's always 6 by 6. Yuvraj, of course, is making good decisions and hitting some good shots on the golf course. That's the reason that he's already won 2 tournaments this year. So he is going to be a tough person to beat. And having said that, if you remember 2 years ago, before he, went out to the Asian tour to sort of get his game onto the next level, uh, the game that he played on the PGTI, he won, I think, 2 or 3 tournaments that year itself, and he had also shot a lot of 8 unders and 9 under pars on the golf course, and that really goes to show the true potential of a player.
I still remember the victory in Jammu.
Absolutely.
He won by 8 or 9 shots, and I think he won 4 tournaments that year. The
Yes,
year
it looked
Manu
like-
won 5.
It looked like he was playing on a different golf course
Yeah,
altogether.
let's go back to this very testy shot. It seems to be that he has that club face open. He's a brave man, I'll tell you that much.
Bit of a bump and run. Super
That
shot.
is just that's a cut above the rest, I'll tell you.
I think that's a
you,
really
you
tough
really
shot.
can't judge how difficult a shot that was with the water looking at you. Not much green to work with. It really took a lot of gusto to open that club face. Full marks to this young man. What a shot. Downhill lie as well. I can't wax eloquent enough.
Because we are
about that
back
shot.
live from the Jaypee Greens golf course, this wonderful venue. We are bringing you live pictures from round 3 of the Adani Invitational Golf Championship 2025, and I am joined by Mr. Dhrupal Singh, Senior GM, Jaypee Golf. Sir, thank you for joining us today, and would like to ask you, we are returning here after 11 years. How's it been for you? The long association, we began with our first event, the PGTI, back in 2006 at Jaypee Green, so a lot of memories. You would also remember that event. And how's it been for the members, coming out and watching top-class golf here?
First of all, I'd like to tell you, we've also been really eager and actually hungry to have a PGTI event here. Last one, I think, 12 years ago, as you mentioned. Everyone's been really excited with this. But really, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Kapil Dev and Mr. Amandeep Jewel for considering us, and the title sponsor Adani for approving the venue. It's great to have you all here.
And sir, tell us about the first event that was held here when PGTI was inaugurated back in 2006. Your involvement with that event, what are your memories?
Well, I was part of the tournament committee then. I was one of the referees also. I did the scoring for that event. So I have a very, you can say a soft corner for PGTI. It's great to have PGTI back.
And sir, if you could just shed light on one aspect, the effort that has been put in by Jaypee Greens to get this course ready for this championship.
Okay, see, we've tried to, set up the course in a manner where it's very fair. It shouldn't be too easy, and it shouldn't be too difficult also. The character of this course is the length, and of course the freedom to hit also. So, it's a feel-good factor if the pros stand on the tee and want to hit the driver and want to, hit it long. That's the character of this course. Yet it's long enough to give them a challenging second shot, and the greens are very subtle and tricky. And we do try and keep them at a reasonable speed of about 11.5.
Thank you for speaking to us, sir, sharing your valuable insights, and thank you to Jaypee Greens for being a wonderful venue. Once again, we've had a long association and a historic partnership. Well, with that, viewers, it's back in the commentators box with our commentators, Rahul and Shaurya.
Nikhil there, Nikhil Kalan.
Aryan
That
Rupa
shot, let's see if he can capitalize.
for par here on the 14th hole. That would be a superb par. Oops.
Ah,
Unfortunately, that one turned a bit on him.
that's rather unfortunate. And that ball goes in the drink. Another one bites the dust. It might not be a bad spot to get on your scuba gear and hide there for some good golf balls. Just thrown in anger.
Saptak Talwar for par.
Saptak now.
Saptak is having a bogey-free day today on the course.
That shows you that he's really firing on all cylinders.
So is Ajitesh. Ajitesh is also having a bogey-free round. Currently 4 under par for the day.
Good putt. Now, I reckon that Ajitesh has a lot of bogey-free rounds. The way that his swing is
You're
sort of
absolutely right.
manufactured, and the way his game is.
Another player bogey free on the course right now is Varun Parekh.
Varun
Varun
was
also
previously
looking for
based
his
out.
second victory, I think.
Yeah, one in DLF. Was previously based out of Bengaluru. I don't know if he's still there. Now he's Ahmedabad, I think.
I think Varun Parekh has always been based out of Ahmedabad. I'm not so
remember-
sure if he had moved to Bangalore at some point.
Or maybe
in time.
just working with the coach there, I
Perhaps.
remember.
Perhaps that being the case.
Good putt. He's again one of those super long hitters. It's just a treat to watch.
He's also played enough on the Asian tour, and I think he's done pretty decently there, Honey Besoya.
It has to be said that you've seen so many big tournaments happen in India over the past 3-4 months. It seems like this is where golf is the next spurt of growth for the game of golf.
I couldn't
Has
agree
to
more.
be the subcontinent.
I couldn't agree more with you, Shaurya. In fact, I think we are at a time where golf is probably one of the fastest growing sports in the country, and another few years down the line, I mean, not a few, but maybe 5 to 10 years down the line, you'd be seeing a lot of great champions coming out of here, a lot of great championships being held over here, great golf courses, and a lot of people playing the game. We already see a good change in the number of people who play, but yes, going forward, I think we're going to see even more so.
I've been very bullish about Indian golf, maybe right from the days when I started it first, when I saw somebody. I know we are competitors, so as to speak, but when I've seen somebody with that sort of game, like when I saw Gaganjeet Bhullar first, I was always impressed with that level of ball striking that he had, and probably a similar effect is Yuvraj Sandhu. Some of these players, I feel, are really gifted.
I think we all should be also, right? At the end of the day, unless and until we recognize that someone is better or something good is being done by some other player, even if we want to improve, we can't really improve it, right? If we just think that we'd know it all. Arjun Prasad.
Another one that comes to mind, playing a lot of golf, Anirban Lahiri. It was almost scary good that the penchant he had to shoot these insane low rounds. They were almost incredulous. Case in point, this golf course, there was a PGTI event. He shot a 76, a 4 over the first day, and a 12 under the next day. A 60 on this track. It's unfathomable. So some of these players have got sent talent. Arjun also is one of them, it seems. He has a lot of talent. A long way to go still for the youngster, but he definitely has all the ingredients. Good putt. And such an individual game, you mustn't really compare yourself to anyone else. You have your own journey. It's pretty much like life. Enjoy, as they say, smell the roses on the way. The journey of life and journey of golf, I think lucky are those who can actually call this a profession. Good putt there. We were looking at the tournaments in store, so quite a few tournaments till the end of April. Then the tour will ease off for a little while. But it's just been jam-packed.
Absolutely, with also the co-sanctioned events coming in, it's been a busy year so far for all of the players.
Many have played 8 or 9 or 10 weeks on the trot. So it's a good test of their fitness as well.
So after this week's event, the players move to the Kalhar Blues and Greens to play the Indorama Ventures Golf Championship, followed by...
And they're just one of those putts again trailing off to the right-hand side, showing you that the greens have become quicker as the day has gone on.
From the 15th April to the 18th of April, the players come and play a tournament at the Kutub Golf Course. I think it's been a long time since we had a tournament here at the Kutub Golf Course, the Callans Open 2025. Also got a tournament, the Players Championship by PGTI from the 22nd April to the 24th at Classic Golf and Country Club. We've also got a tournament at Golfshire, Bengaluru, which is the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton, also at the end of April. So yes, a very packed year so far, and second half would probably be even more packed for these players. Yuvraj Sandhu on the par 3.
Be interesting to know the kind of flight that he employs here. What would you suggest is the ideal one for a flag right at the back on a hole like this?
I think you'd hit a bit of a medium trajectory. I mean, depending on what shape a player prefers, I'd prefer to, fade it in just a little bit from the left of the flag. If it comes in, great. If it doesn't come in, I'd probably be just a yard or two off it on the left.
Oh, no, that is...
That's a tough bunker shot coming up for Yuvraj Sandhu.
That's really probably the worst place that you could miss it here.
That's
Back
a tough
right.
spot.
That's a very difficult shot coming up. I'm surprised that he's
Still an
on
easier
there.
shot from the left bunker to this flag location, but from that back one, it's a tough one because you don't have any room to stop the ball. You'll have to be really fancy with that wedge and keep those hands really soft as we take a look at Arjun.
You spoke about the wind swirling here because there are these houses all around. It's very tough to discern which way it's going. So that could have been a factor that led to that shot. Otherwise, I don't really see him. It wasn't a miscue. He seemed pretty balanced after hitting it.
Arjun
has that very good penetrative ball flight. Great wind player. What a shot right there under the flag, 15 feet.
That's
Great
a well
look at
played
birdie.
shot. It's a really well played shot there by Arjun Prasad. He should have a good look at birdie over here. Just about 15 feet short of the hole, all the way uphill. The ball should curve a bit from the left to the right. Harendra Gupta. This whole location should suit his ball flight. Well, he's on the dance floor. Not quite close, but should
that's not
have
too
about
bad.
35-40 feet away.
Not too bad. So it's all happening here at the Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort as we have a look at N. Thangaraja. Has been really good out of the bunkers today and continues to hit good bunker shots. This one rolling a little bit more than anticipated, but nevertheless a decent shot. Will be setting up a birdie there. Now for these hitters, the longer hitters, the par 5s are definitely here for the taking this week. All of them measuring between 560 to 600 yards and amply wide fairways. As we have a look at Om Prakash Chauhan, who's also flared his second shot to the right. Oh, that's a miscue by Om Prakash Chauhan. Surprising shot there. Om Prakash Chauhan currently at 2 under for the day and 5 under par for the tournament. Shaurya now appears to be, if he's that far from the pin, might be here in 2. And yes, he's repairing his pitch mark, so that you can tell probably that's where the ball pitched. The way the wind is playing, maybe this hole is for the longer hitters, maybe a driver 5 iron. There is that water to contend with on the second shot. Now 2 bunker shots coming up simultaneously. Of course, Om Prakash Chauhan is a lot easier than what Yuvraj faces. Yuvraj would really need to get under this and produce some spin. But he has good hands. You require those Spanish hands, so as to speak, on this one. You really need to get under the ball.
Well, Om Prakash Chauhan has hit a pretty good shot, but it's
Yeah,
still
great judgment by Om Prakash.
lovely shot there, using the slope to his benefit. We have
This
just
is-
about 4 feet now. For birdie, we take a look at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
Inside 10 feet, what do you say? That's a good shot?
Absolutely. I think inside 10 feet is a really good shot here for Yuvraj.
Let's see what he can conjure up. Oh, that is just stellar.
Whoa.
I mean, just see, the ball is still running by, and he really got under that, put a lot of spin on it. Just shows you sometimes you miss it in the wrong place. There's just not much you can do. It's just
Absolutely.
a Hail Mary at the end of the day.
You know, it's a pretty good shot from that location, from Yuvraj. I think putting yourself at about 10 feet from that location to be able to salvage a par, I think is a very, very good effort.
I would say that's, as far as contact or pitching it, it's probably as good as you could hit it.
Yes.
It came out really high as well.
100%.
You saw that was a confident swing. He didn't really let hold back on it. So I'd say it was a really, really good shot. Just an unfortunate place to be in.
100%. Absolutely. I think he's really showcased some serious skill there with his wedge. So we take a look at Shaurya Bhattacharya on the left side. Shaurya seems to be putting for eagle here. Harinder on the right side is putting for his birdie on hole number 14. Great effort by Harinder Gupta. So we take a look on the left side of our screens. Simultaneous putts here. And Thangaraja coming from just off the green. Seems like a birdie attempt. Arjun Prasad now for his birdie to go to 11 under par. Thangaraja. Unfortunately, that ball didn't curve in. Probably he hit it through the break there. A bit too hot from the putter. Unfortunately, Arjun Prasad also leaving it short off the hole. Om Prakash Chauhan. Hope he makes a birdie here on hole number 15. Arjun Sharma steadily moving up that leaderboard, currently at 5 under par for the day and 6 under par for the tournament. And Thangaraja. Look for that ball to move from the right to the left. Just about making it from the low side of the hole. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka. Sandhu unfortunately would drop another shot here on the 14th hole. He's made a birdie to come back on the 13th, but would drop another one and drop down to 9 under par for the tournament. Shaurya Bhattacharya drains that one in for a birdie on hole number 15. So we get back to
कुछ
the
लोग
live
कहते
action here
हैं
on pool number.
और कुछ लोग करते हैं। जब कहा गया देश में सोलर पावर सफल नहीं हो सकता, तो हमने सुना नहीं, उसे सफल कर दिखाया। कहा देश का सबसे बड़ा पावर प्लांट बनाना इम्पॉसिबल, तो हमने पॉसिबल कर दिया। चर्चा हुई देश में इतना बड़ा पोर्ट बनाना असंभव, हमने संभव कर दिखाया। मुश्किलों की नहीं सुनते, अदानी हम करके दिखाते हैं।
So we get back to the live action on the course. We have Aryan Rupa Anand on our screens on hole number 15, the par 5. Aryan coming up with a long iron here to this green. The pin today on the 15th hole is perched up as at 13 yards in from the front and 3 yards from the left. It's in a little funnel kind of an area. Aryan coming up and going just about over the back side of the green. Should be a pretty makeable up and down from there for him. Aryan currently, after a few drop shots, is at 4 under par for the tournament. Got Tapinder Ghai. This is the hole number 16th. Tapinder Ghai coming up from this middle of the green for a front right flag location.
We're done with about 75% of the penultimate day, and the picture gets a little clearer. We still have our leader at 10 under par, Arjun Prasad, Yuvraj Sandhu. He's made 2 bogeys, 12 and 14. Interspersed with that birdie on hole number 13. He sees himself 1 shot behind his good friend and roommate, Arjun Prasad. Saptak Talwar, local lad, at 8 under par. Arjun Sharma, really stringing together quite the round. 5 under par, 6 under here, and Arjun plays some stellar golf, not just here but even otherwise. But the few fun rounds that I've played here and I've seen him play, even on the most difficult of days, he shot 4 or 5 under par in regular rounds here. So he's really somebody to look out for, is Arjun.
If you take a look at Ajitesh Sandhu. Sandhu seems to be putting for birdie here on hole number 16th. The 16th is a long par 4. It's 475 yards. It goes uphill for its second shot, so not the easiest of holes. You need a good drive and a good second long iron shot to get it up there.
One thing I have to get a confirmation on is 475 was the previous yardage. And that hole has been lengthened as well as we have a look at Ajitesh's putt. Because what it plays now is closer to 500 yards. There's a bunker of the tee which is about 280 yards to fly. And if you can fly that bunker, then you get somewhere maybe a 6 iron. So 180 after about a drive of 320. So yes, it definitely plays a lot longer.
This was our first look at Sandhu, who is currently at 4 under par for the day and 6 under for the tournament. We can also take a look at Aman Raj, Fear the Hat as he likes to call himself.
Yeah, the stylish Aman Raj. And managed to have a talk with him 2 months back when there was an event at DLF Golf and Country Club, and both of us spoke, and he was telling me that he was recovering from an injury. So he's done pretty well, all things factored. Played decent at the previous week, and here as well. Good putt. He's got tenacity in bundles as Aman.
Dhruv Shoran also creeping his way up into the top 10, currently at 5 under par, a tie for 7th position.
Ajitesh now. Very conventional in his setup for putting, hitting. Everything is by the book.
Pretty much everything. Ajitesh is very much by the book, and you can say he's kind of like the Roger Federer. You know, everything looks very much, like a perfection.
Yes.
That's and the way he goes about himself also. It's quite a sight to see for a lot of the juniors. It's something nice to learn there. Very much stays within his routines, and has a very good routine also of his practice. So lots to learn from a player like that.
We have Honey here.
Ajitesh won the event. The last event that we commented on
at Delhi Golf Club.
At Delhi Golf Club, Ajitesh was the one who won that tournament as well.
Yeah, he was really didn't put a foot wrong that week. And he's pretty much in the hunt again. He's at 6 under par, and this might be the kind of golf course that he would revel in. I think there are definitely a set of players now on the PGTI that when the conditions are more difficult and you go to a trying setup, then they always emerge at the head of the pack.
Right.
We don't have any majors per se, but if you can look at just the degree of difficulty and the grandeur of an event, this week is just stellar. You talk about the hospitality, right from the hospitality to the golf course setup, the prize fund, sponsorship, Adani Group's contribution, everything really coming together beautifully to make it one of the bigger tournaments and ones where the big fish definitely do land up.
Aryan Rupanand.
Oh,
what a lovely putt there by Aryan. Unfortunately, that wouldn't make it to the bottom of the cup, but a stellar effort nonetheless.
Good putt by Aryan. Aryan Rupanand.
It's unfortunately a par for Aryan from the back of the green on the par 5.
He's currently at 4 under par total, even par for his round. Honey now. This is such an important range for all good players. It's 6 feet and in. This really decides if you're having a good round or a mediocre or an average round. This is the determinant how you save rounds.
Oh my God, that's a 360. Haven't seen one of those in a while.
He's disappointed and rightly so. That was a good putt nevertheless.
Absolutely. Saptak Talwar now.
Saptak with the downhill putt. Should break from his left. That looked pretty good. This is a lot more slippery for Saptak. Would break to his right. Need to ensure that the apex is correct, and so is the contact. Makes that. Good putt there by Saptak. Assertive.
Om Prakash Chauhan now. He's really good with these shots. He has a very good wristy action on the chipping, on all the short game shots, and produces a lot of spin. Look at that. It's one of those actions that are not easy to emulate and comes with a lot of talent and hard work. You see that a lot of the players, especially the Asian players, employ a lot of spin around the greens. And Om Prakash, also one of those, has that ability of really nipping the ball. As you go to live feed 2, look at the par 5, hole number 15. That's a really good shot by somebody from the leader group, it appears, and that is Yuvraj Samsu. That is, he's a long way down there. If that's indeed his drive, I'm pretty certain that in all my time of playing here, I've not quite seen a ball that is that far down. So I would be coming in with nothing more than a 7-iron. That's just stupendous. Let's see if he can make the most of it. That is a little bit to the right. I'm not certain if the bunker has caught it, but I think somewhere on the back of his mind, that previous par 5 where he was a little too aggressive. So maybe he's taken a safety first approach on this shot. And rightly so. From there, he should have a fairly straightforward up and down.
Take a look at the 16th hole. Flag today on the 16th hole is 6 from the front and 6 to the right, which makes it quite a tough flag location coming up from the fairway. It's a bit of an uphill hole. Shaurya Bhattacharya coming from just off the green. Shaurya currently playing a bogey-free round today at 5 under par for the tournament. 2 under par for the day. But here, N. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka, unfortunately not having the best of his days, currently down to 1 under par for the tournament at a tie for 18th position. Thangaraja, veteran golfer from Sri Lanka, ever smiling personality. Thangaraja knocking that one in. No trouble there for N. Thangaraja as we take a look at Om Prakash Chauhan. Om Prakash Chauhan draining that one in without a trouble. Looks like a par there for OP. Shaurya cleans up there for a par on the 16th. Players now move on to the 17th hole par 3. 17th is a long par 3 at 231 yards off the tee. In position today is 15 inside, which would make it nearly a 240-yard shot. Slightly downhill, but by about 4 or 5 yards.
Hi, this is Shaurya here, live from the Players Lounge at the Adani Invitational on the Professional Golf Tour of India. As you can see, it's a stellar facility, really showcasing the tournament that we've had thus far. This is a place where the players really let their hair down after a tough day or a good day on the golf course. And, we'll just go around, see what the players are doing. A little bit of a prying eye by us, disturbing them at this point in time, but we have to showcase the brilliant facilities that we've had here and the time that the players have enjoyed. We'll also have a few conversations and, we be a little bit of a peeping Tom while you guys are eating. But Udyan, the Olympian Udyan, I want to know that, you've had the ability to reel off a lot of birdies together and you've played a lot of golf. How is it playing this inaugural event, the Adani Invitational, and how's your game shaping up?
It's playing tough, to say the least. Birdies are not easy, but you got to drive it well, you got to hit your irons well, you got to putt well, you got to do everything well, and you got to think well. My game is shaping up nicely. I'm trending in the right way. I'm under par for the event so far, and hoping to get a little more under par tomorrow.
It's always exciting watching you. One thing I like that you don't hold back. You like to make birdies and make birdies in droves. Thanks for that. Rashid, the name that requires no introduction. He's, I affably call him King Khan because he's such a good player. He's got international victories under his belt and most liked for his aggressive approach. Rashid, how has this tournament been for you? How is your game thus far? And are you really enjoying it here?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. The game has been it's getting in a right direction right now. I was struggling with few things over the past couple of months, but now finally got that back where I used to play. Just that I was too excited in the first 2 rounds, so couldn't score. But I'm really, hoping for the best in my upcoming tournaments.
Thank you, and I must tell you, you're one of the fan favorites. We love watching you play, and you bring a lot of energy to wherever you play. So good luck to you for tomorrow as well. And we'll now head over to see a few others and try to see who we can actually get bites from. Everybody's busy eating, but we'll probably try and get in a few conversations here. I see that you all engaged in deep discussions. I want to know, how has the day been for you, Step?
Hey, how are you? How was the day?
Yeah, how was the day and how's your game coping up thus far, and how do you find this tournament?
Oh, the tournament is absolutely great. We have great facilities. Players launch is amazing. Unfortunately, my game wasn't that good this week, but that's okay. I'm just excited for the next event. But I'm sticking around. I like it too much.
We like that because you want to work on a game even when it doesn't go your way the first 2 days. But just a few words. You played a lot of golf all over the world. How does this event stack up compared to all the other ones? Adani Invitational is the first time that we're having such a big tournament on such a stellar golf course. Any key takeaways and any thoughts?
Oh, it's definitely up there on the top because, yeah, I would like to mention the way they take care of us here. That's really compared to other events I've played. It's really amazing. That's what makes the difference. That's what makes the difference for us players.
All right, thank you so much. And so we've seen that we've been able to speak to everyone, and we'll talk to another fan favorite. So tell me, how's the day been, and how's your game shaping up, and anything that you want to talk about?
So touchwood, the day was good. Played -1, par for the week. It's going steady. This week's a grinding one, hoping tomorrow can be a good low day.
So Sarthak, tell us a little bit about your putting. How's that going? And I hear that the greens are really quick. This week they're rolling at 11, but I felt that they might actually be faster than that. How do you cater to such quick greens on a day when they dry up later, the wind is up, and is there something separate that you do, or how do you ensure that you try and make more putts here?
So the greens are quick. It's an understatement. You get caught on the wrong side, you're stuck. The best thing, honestly, you can do in a situation like this is almost plan to leave yourself uphill putts. Wherever you can control the next shot you'll get, you have a chance. You start leaving yourself too many downhill sliders, you're going to start missing them real quick. So your only friend right now is planning. If you can get away in the right places, then you can actually be aggressive towards making those birdies and making them count.
All right, so missing it in the right position and keeping it in the right areas. Thanks a lot for that, and I wish you good luck for tomorrow as well. Thank you so much. So there we have an in-depth look at the facility that the players are enjoying. So it's a great golf course, great setup, and I'm pretty certain that we'll have a worthy champion at the end of tomorrow. And that's it from me here at the Players Lounge. See you on the other side.
Thanks, Shaurya, for that little tete-a-tete at the Players Lounge with the players. We take a look now back at the live action on the course. Of course, Arjun Prasad still leads the way at 10 under par, with Saptak Talwar now getting up to 9 under par alongside Yuvraj Sandhu. Ajitesh trailing at 6 under par alongside Hani Besoya. Things are surely getting interesting here at the Jaypee Greens. Saptak Talwar seems to be checking out his line from the back of the green over here. Saptak on hole number 16. He's hit this ball at the back of the green while the pin is up front. This is a tough putt from the back. It's got a bit to contend with over here. Probably about 80 feet away. So as you can tell, that was a long way away. Saptak will still have about 6 feet left for his par here on the 16th. Saptak, who's having a bogey-free round so far on this penultimate day. On hole number 17 today, the par 3, the long par 3, we've got the pin at 15 yards in from the front and 4 from the right. Players here on the screen on the right side are Om Prakash Chauhan coming in from the bunker. OP currently at 5 under par for the tournament. OP's hit that one by the hole by about 6 feet. On the left side of our screen, we take a look at Aryan Rupa Anand. Lips that one out. Aryan Rupa is the putt on the 16th hole. Putt for par. Saptak Talwar getting ready to make par on the 16th to stay at 9 under par. News flows in. Yuvraj Sandhu has made a birdie on hole number 15 to go to 10 under par to tie alongside Arjun for the lead. We go back to Saptak Talwar putting for par on the 16th. Almost seems like a who's going to be quicker competition between N. Thangaraja and Saptak Talwar. N. Thangaraja wins. And nearing a chip in, Thangaraja would have a tap in there. Saptak making his par as well on the 16th. Some simultaneous performances here by our players. Honey Besoya cleaning up for par on the 16th hole. As I welcome my co-commentator back into the commentary box, Shaurya Singh.
Thank you, sir, for the rousing welcome, I must say. If you want to find something that's a close second to playing golf, I must say that is talking about golf. It's as much fun as seeing these good players play. On live feed 1 and live feed 2. Double the trouble. Om Prakash now. OP now. Hole number 17, the long par 3. Oh, you can see that getting a little hot under the collar. That putter was soon going to be history, but fortunately he changed his mind. It's not easy to control yourself, especially if you miss those putts. I can well empathize with his plight. Om Prakash Chauhan currently sitting in at 5 under par. I feel anybody who's 6 or 7 short to the end also has a shot here, depending on how tomorrow shapes up. We've always seen the pin positions on the final day are spicy, and I'm certain that the tournament director will do his best to ensure that.
Bhattacharya for par. Coming off a bogey on the 16th. Makes that one in.
Yeah, good putt.
No more damage for Shaurya Bhattacharya. Moving on to the 18th hole of the day.
18th hole, a lot would be determined by which way the wind is blowing on hole number 18. If it's playing left to right wind, that's a lot easier because the players can just keep it away from the hazard and belt a big one. But when it plays right to left wind, believe you me, it becomes really difficult.
Back onto that live action. We are here now on the 17th hole, the par 3. You've got Saptak Talwar on the screen. Saptak currently at 9 under par for the tournament with that solid 2-putt on the 16th hole. Looking for his maiden title at his home club. What do you reckon the players are hitting over here? It plays slightly downhill. I think maybe a 4 or a 3 iron.
Depending on the wind, actually, the players could actually be going with a 5 iron. 3 iron maybe for the shorter hitters.
It'll be in the right bunker for Saptak Talwar.
5 seems to be the club of choice for most of these players.
Honey Besoya coming up next.
Yuvraj Sadhu has birdied hole number 15 and he's at 10 under par, leading the tournament once again alongside his friend Arjun Prasad. Good to see him bounce back from those bogeys. And he has a shot which appears to be To the right hand side. Yes, a little to the right, and he'll also find the beach. Aryan Rupa Anand now. This
Aryan.
looks to be a little left.
Absolutely left enough to be on the green.
Yeah, left of the flag. That's how you dodge a bullet, my friend. Always leave matters unsaid so that you have enough wiggle room if you are indeed wrong. Well, technically, I'd say I'm still correct because he's about 15-20 feet left of the flag.
You're right.
While we argue about semantics, there are a lot of players who are shooting low numbers. Ariman Aditya Mohan, 5 under par. The round of the day alongside Pranav Mardikar, 5 under par. 4 under par for Olympian Udyan Mane. And 4 under par for Ajitesh Sandhu, who has a few holes to go. Arjun Sharma, 4 under par. And towards the top of the leaderboard, Saptak Talwar, 4 under par. That's looking good. That can turn a little more.
Lovely shot there by Arjun Prasad. Not finding the bottom of the cup, but just a little knock. That's in the hole for a par.
It's really nice touch though.
That would keep Arjun at 10 under par.
We were discussing, we thought that 10 or 11 might be the number, but you're right. I think it might go further afield, maybe even reach 14 or 15.
Well, I hope so. Really, to be honest, I do think there is some amount of runaway that is available on the course right now, and just waiting for who's actually going to pick it up. It'll have to be some of the top guys though, because we are seeing a couple of 5 under pars and 4 under pars showing up on that leaderboard. I think it's only a matter of time, and one of these guys will definitely have to step on the pedal tomorrow.
Yet a lot would be decided tomorrow by the pin positions. We've seen that today, on the whole, they've been fairly straightforward, if I might say so. And if I can think of the holes that I've seen the flag on, they've not been as difficult as you normally expect. So maybe tomorrow is a day where you'd find flags a lot more inaccessible.
So, of course, there will be some amount of tough flags tomorrow, and there would have been some tough flags today as well. And it's always a mix of all of those, right? There will be some tough, some easy, and some medium kind of flags on the course. There's a lot of birdies and eagles that have come on to the leaderboard today. So if you actually look at it, there's a lot of eagles that have been made on the course. So I think it's only waiting to be seen if tomorrow one of these guys can actually end up shooting a 6 or 7 under par, and things could look completely different.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting day, that's for sure.
Definitely, it's narrowed things down a little bit than what we started off with this morning, but we do still have a lot of players within 5 shots off the lead. Yuvraj Sandhu, unfortunately, wouldn't find the bottom of the cup with that putt.
That was a good putt. Unfortunate for that not to have gone in the hole.
Looks quite surprised. Harinder Gupta.
Oh no, that's on live feed too. It's a difficult lie from the look of it.
Saptak Talwar coming up from that bunker. Was that a glitch or was that a bit of a break that he took at the backswing?
I think might be owing to the lie that he didn't have much space behind him, so had to come down really steep on it.
It's like about 12-15 feet away for par now.
That's again a good shot from there. Sometimes you just have to take your medicine. I think that's pretty good effort from that line.
Yes, I mean that's what makes a golf round, right? There'll be good breaks and there'll be some poor breaks, and hopefully Saptak can make that putt and convert this bad break into a good break.
Bad break, good break, bad break. I'm a little, I was like a little confused at this point in time. Was it a good break, which was converted into a bad break?
We'll find out.
But either way,
Yeah, you
it
have
was
to find
some
out.
sort of a break. Yeah, we'll keep it at that. The heat might get to us as well, Rahul. I think it is.
It does. That's why I spoke about endurance sometime.
No, my
back.
age is my excuse. What's yours, my friend? You still have a head full of black hair. I don't know if it's natural. If it is, then you must thank your stars.
It was that
Youth.
coloring I spoke about earlier.
Reminds me of that saying. No context for us, but hopefully they say wisdom has been chasing you, but you've always been faster. That might be true for me, but you, my friend, have always been ahead of the curve.
Aryan for birdie.
That is
Another cool customer of the aim point method.
It's a different sort of an aim point. I've never seen anybody raise two fingers. Wasn't it supposed to be one?
I have no idea.
Is this aim point express plus one?
I think you're the only one who's raising one finger. The rest of them are raising all kinds of. Actually, I think it's not based around just one finger or two fingers. I think it's a completely different thing. It could actually be four fingers also. I'm not so sure what the methodology is though, but
That's not too
it's
comforting coming from a coach, my friend.
I have no idea. I have no idea what aim point does.
Okay, whatever it is seems to work, and that is let's get ready to rumble. Or maybe not. Yeah, that's close enough. That's close enough.
Close
The
enough.
caffeine is hitting now. 5 hours after I've had it. So, good putt, nevertheless. Right. Satak, let's see if he can keep that card blemish free. It's been a beautiful card thus far. 9 under par, 4 under on the day.
To continue a bogey-free round, Saptak Talwar for par on the 16. 17, my apologies. A lot of players these days using the cack-handed grip, just like Saptak is over here.
Oh, that would
Unfortunately,
a
that
solitary bogey for him.
Om Prakash Chauhan on live feed number 2 on the 18th hole. What a
Oh,
lovely
that
putt
is
there.
that. Oh, that would have been a beautiful putt had it gone in. It still is, but that was tracking.
Could have been a victorious choice.
Oh, my friend, you have been slow when wisdom has caught you. I can see that, Mr. Miyagi-esque. But that was a beautiful putt.
Oops.
I'm surprised that he's thrown the ball in the water. It's after such a nice putt. So obviously something that is playing on his mind. Maybe the bogey on the previous hole.
Yes, hope he hasn't had the best of days today. So yeah, tough putt there from the left top of the green.
I can tell you this much. If I wasn't commentating, I'd be found in one of the hazards. As you go on hole number 18. N. Thanga Raja. Pretty slick from here.
Yes, all
10
the way
o'clock
downhill.
to the flag. It's really quick from there.
I don't think this ball's going to curve too much, right? It's only going to curve a lot when it gets closer to the hole. All the way down is probably straight downhill.
I think the difficulty would be to try and decipher this line. It's one of those where you can't quite make up your mind because it's on sort of a crest, and
And the speed, of course, right?
yes, right now they're lightning. That's good judgment, and would make that putt. live feed 2 on hole number 17. Let's see if Yuvraj can hit another beautiful iron shot. This is right down his alley, maybe a 5-iron for him.
He can hit his long irons high enough, so pretty much any of these long par threes also is very well approachable for him.
Look at that.
What a lovely golf shot there by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. He's got a look at birdie there.
You know, there's one telling sign that there's a great ball striker if the mid iron is dropping like a short iron. It's not bounding off it, coming off really high and with a lot of compression. You know, getting onto the green like a butterfly with sore legs.
Shoaib Bhattacharya on the 18th.
When mine lands up on the green, it's like a wildebeest. 5 and runs on it. So that's the difference. Oh yes, well done.
Solid putt there. Left, right, downhill, drains it.
He's made some good putts from that 10-foot range.
What a golf shot here.
What a beauty.
That was by Arjun Prasad. Tangaraja cleaning up here on the 18th.
Arjun Prasad going toe-to-toe with his buddy Yuvraj. After such a long day, the players would rest, relax and recuperate, and we just had a look at that magnificent players lounge. We have a meal and relax, have a fresh lime water or soda, and then get ready for the next day of battle. It's getting a little oppressive there. You see the umbrella is out, and that's a good choice. We really need to be hardened as a professional, playing in different settings altogether. Sometimes cold weather, sometimes warm. Physicality is so important. Your fitness and not just mental fitness, your physical adaptability as well. You know, 1 week you could be playing in the winters. You can travel to a different country altogether. Especially these bigger players who play on international tours. It does take a toll.
Most definitely. In fact, you could really be going from a hot country to a very cold country right the next week, and you've got to acclimatize as quick as possible. You probably have less than a day most of the times to be able to do that. And moreover, the conditions, right? Because the conditions from each course to the other course are changing. So even that part needs to be taken care of. So not only is the weather, one thing is for your health and the other is for the game aspect. So there's a lot of changes week to week that the players have to be able to adapt to.
I think this is the PGTI, the Professional Golf Tour of India, is now the ideal training ground for these players if they are to apply their trade on the PGA Tour or the DP World Tour, because you've got so many big tournaments here, and you've got an international contingent that participates here week in, week out. You've got some of the bigger names in Indian golf who also play here, so it's really great. The tour has gone from strength to strength.
Arjun Prasad, leader at 10 under par alongside Yuvraj Sandhu, both leaders with stellar golf shots here on this long par 3.
I have a feeling that Yuvraj is going to make this putt.
Well, coming from just off the green.
Yeah, ask the caddy to remove the flag as well. So that makes his intent known.
Aryan Rupanand coming from the left side of the fairway on the 18th hole on live feed number 2.
It'll be interesting to note where this leader group aims their drives. Harinder obviously will be a little further to the left, safety first approach. For Arjun and Yuvraj, Let's see if they take the hazard on. What was your strategy back in the day? Would you take that hazard on and try to hit a draw, or just keep it left and let it work itself back into the fairway? Is it worth the risk?
I mean, it'll really depend a little bit on the wind. So if it is downwind, one could take it from the middle of the bunker line and then go and let the, cut the corner. I would usually play a left-to-right shot. So it was fine. But if it was headwind, I think one would go slightly more towards the left side, over the left edge of the bunker, because then you don't have much of wiggle room over there. So you could run by on that side and still have some room, kind of where Aryan is right now. We've got Aryan.
Should really feed and now should roll on a little more, release, and that's a brilliant shot right there. That's shot making at its finest, using the contours of the green to his advantage.
Very much a makeable birdie opportunity now for Aryan Rupa Anand. Saptak Talwar from the fairway.
In normal rounds, you do see players really taking this shot on, and I played with a lot of these players here. They've reached almost 30 yards.
Talwar coming up from the middle of the fairway to this top right flag location at 18 inside, 8 to the right. Ball feeds up from the left to the right. Will Saptak Talwar be able to get this close? Coming from a bogey on the 17th. Pretty good shot. It will be an uphill attempt now for Saptak for birdie. Just about 15 feet short of the hole. As Harinder cleans up for par on the 17th. I'm joined here by Nikhil Kalan from the PGTI.
So as it stands right now, Rahul, it's looking like Yuvraj and Arjun will continue in the joint lead today. And they are very close friends. They look forward to competing against each other. They've played in the leader group once before this season. So have you ever had such an opportunity, playing alongside one of your close friends in a leader group, or in a close contest on the final day?
Absolutely. I have had that opportunity a bunch of times. In fact, one of the first few tournaments as an amateur also that I won, I was able to play with a good friend of mine in the final 2 rounds. And yes, it's absolutely fun, but it's a very fine line, right? Because you've got to keep smiling post around, and during the round you're really trying to beat each other. So yeah, it's a fun day for whoever is competing at that point of time. Arjun cleaning up there for a birdie on the 17th, taking himself to 11 under par.
If I could chime in, I have a very interesting story.
Go
East
ahead.
India match play, myself, Himmat Singh Rai, and Gaganjeet Bhullar rooming. It was the quarter final, and lo and behold, me and Himmat got paired against each other, and we had a duty. Each one of us used to get the dinner, and that day was my turn. And I think I bought food, and Himmat refused to eat. He said, "I'm facing you tomorrow," and then Gaganjeet said that I'll eat first, and then we can see that it's palatable. So that's what happened. It was a nervous night, but in the end, Mr. Rai got the better of me and went on to win the tournament. So we went into playoff as well in match play. It was one for the ages.
Very interesting indeed. Have you reminded Himmat about this story?
He knows it really well. Yeah, have a look at the 18th. Can't think of a more challenging setting for a tournament of this stature, and a more befitting final hole, the 18th. If you're trailing the opponent by 2 shots, or even if you have a 1-shot lead, you take the safer approach. You get the water in play. There's just so many points here.
I think on day 3 in this situation right now, one should just play with whatever their normal strategy is, and I think what you're referring to will really come into play tomorrow, when if the players are still tied up for the lead going into that final hole. That's when this will really come into play. As of now, Arjun Prasad has taken the lead solo at 11 under par. Yuvraj Sandhu at 10 under par. We will take a look at Hani Bisoya.
Again,
Low side miss there for Honey. Seems like a misread putt. Honey wasn't having much of a good day today on the putting greens.
but he's still at 6 under par, pretty much in the mix.
Absolutely within striking distance, I think.
5 behind Arjun, who's our leader now at 11 under par, thanks to that birdie on hole number 17.
Talwar eyeing a birdie here, trying to get himself to 9 under par. Get that shot back that the course took away from him on the 17th.
When I was out on the golf course today, I was following Yuvraj, and I interviewed him on hole number 9. On hole number 8, Bikramjeet, the pro from here, it's also Bicky, who was walking alongside him. He said he hit a driver 9-iron in headwind on hole number 8. He flew the right-hand bunker in headwind.
This was Yuvraj today.
Today.
Wow. That's a
Driver
305 or 310 yard carry, if I'm not wrong.
And
that
the
too in
hole was-
headwind.
yeah, the hole was playing into wind.
Wow. What do you think about that?
I
How does
don't
that
know,
make you
it's
feel,
just,
firstly?
A little depressed. Well, that part goes on. In headwind, I'll be lucky if I get there, with my best driver and a rescue. I played this golf course enough in headwind. I know that otherwise, if you miss it, your drive, it could be a driver 3 wood for me. But a driver 9-iron, even for as long as he hits it, it's just something. It's superlative.
Brilliant aerial view here of the Jaypee greens. Saptak Talwar coming up for birdie on the last.
Cool customer, Saptak Talwar. There's something about me. Reminds me a little bit of Jeff Ogilvy.
Something about him that reminds you of Jeff Ogilvy, you think?
Yes.
What's it, the swing or his demeanor
I
or
think everything.
just
There's
the way
something
he
about
is?
his game, the way he plays, the way his physicality is very similar to Jeff Ogilvy. Former US Open champion, or was he
I think you're right.
PGA champion?
No, I think it's a
Australian.
US Open champion. Unfortunately, that's not going to be a birdie. Saptak will still have to contend with about 4 or 5 feet for par.
Drawing to a close. This is our penultimate group here at the Adani Invitational Golf 2025. We played at Jaypee Greens Golf and Spa Resort. Good, but it's been a lot of joy for me hosting, commentating, and for those of you who are uninitiated, I'm sure you're seeing alongside my colleague Rahul Bajaj. It's been a lot of fun, and these players have echoed the sentiment as well. The customary doffing of the hat as they complete their round.
For some of you who are just about joining us, this is the inaugural Adani Invitational Golf Championship 2025 being played at Jaypee Greens and Spa Resort in Greater Noida for a prize purse of 1.5 crore rupees. Currently being led by Arjun Prasad at 11 under par. Yuvraj Sandhu follows at 10 under par.
Now this is a fantastic aerial view. Let's see where the players have hit their drives. This one is being belted good 70 yards beyond that bunker, and just to tell you, that bunker is 260 yards to fly. I know that. Often in headwind, it gets the better of me, as I would not like to admit, but yeah, really have to crack it to fly it in headwind. It's 260 from the back tee.
Are we still playing from the same tee as we used to, or is there a new tee there also?
No, there's the same tee.
Same tee.
260 to that bunker, and let's see where the players have hit their drives. Oh, this is this is what I'm saying. He's He's probably leaked his drive to the right, so that's his third shot. He's taken a penalty drop from the looks of it, and from here, it is a very daunting shot. You're talking about
Absolutely.
245 yards to the flag from where he is, and coming out of the rough. So you see, he's going with a rescue. Might even be a. I think three would be too much.
I think that's a hybrid club. Looks like a
Yeah,
hybrid
but it's a
club.
very difficult shot, mind you. It's not done yet. He has to fly this at least 225 yards from here to get to dry land. He has tugged it to the left, and that's understandable. And yeah,
Oops.
it's a very intimidating shot from there.
Another tough shot coming up for
So that's
Arjun Prasad.
that's what I was saying. You don't want to be doing that. Just that water entices you. A few things you have to just play away from on this golf course.
Also, it could be just, you could just leak it out just a wee bit and the ball just goes far shorter.
Exactly. So,
and that's all that it takes.
I mean, so
to
you
land
might
in the
be
drain.
better off just playing a more aggressive shot on a safer line.
Right. So of course, one doesn't plan for
Of course.
hitting a miss it like that, but it can happen. And once you catch it a bit leaky and a little bit weak, it just goes much shorter. So carrying it from the corners almost becomes impossible. Got Yuvraj Sandhu from the left side of the fairway. He's in a smart spot. Coming up from a flyer lie, so probably be playing for the middle of the green and let the ball use the contours thereafter.
There you can see what he faced on his second shot. The green looks like nothing more than a thimble. It's just water everywhere.
Water everywhere.
Not
How do you rhyme that?
Not a drop to drink. As we have a look at Yuvraj, he's coming up from the left hand intermediate rough. So that ball in the center would indeed be Harinder, who's again belted a long one. So my apologies, Harinder. I didn't know you've definitely gained a lot of length of the tee. It's a good angle for Yuvraj. Just have to pitch it somewhere in the middle and let it roll on. Done the first part right, and that's really well done by him.
Brilliant shot
Really
there
good
by
shot.
Yuvraj Sandhu.
What a very difficult putt coming up, though.
I think any of the putts on this whole location, even after good shots, are tough putts. So
You can
if
see
anyone
how
has a
far
good
he-
chance, that's a good chance.
You can see how far he hit his drive, even towards the left. It's he's really flying it mammoth distance today. I might not be exaggerating, but I think he's flying it at least 310 off the tee today.
Well, by what you said, that he flew the right bunker on the 8th hole, that's definitely 310-yard fly. And if that's how far he's flying it, then he's probably in the appropriate spot there.
And even here, he had a wedge in his hand, so it shows you towards the left-hand side.
So as we're coming in to the end of the day, some solid play here being done at the Jaypee Greens. We did start the day at 7 under par for the lead, and right now we're at 11 under par. And so looking forward to quite an interesting final day coming up, Shaurya. What do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be one to remember. I think it'll be fitting for the kind of tournament that we're having. Yeah, I for one did not expect such low scores here at Jaypee, given that the golf course has really added more to this difficulty. A lot of the tees have gone behind. It plays a lot longer than what it used to in yesteryear, and as it is, it was a difficult course. But now, it shows you that our players all of them are going hell for leather.
That's a tough and an interesting shot coming up for Arjun Prasad. He's got to play that up way left of the hole and let that feed in if he wants to make that up and down, which of course he does. But I wonder if he's got much room to stand there, though. It looks like the ball's almost at the corner of the bunker.
There you see those magnificent flags fluttering. What a sight. This will definitely grow on and become one of the most sought after trophies.
This is quite a brilliantly designed final hole, isn't it? One of the best finishing holes for a tournament.
Now, this is a very difficult shot from there. The ball seems to be sitting down a wee bit, and they'll come out hot.
It's definitely
You
a
got
very
a
tough
hazard
shot.
behind, and the greens are really baked at this point in time, probably playing to almost 11 and a half. And this shot, if not executed perfectly, could really run past. So you'll have to watch out for that. Let's see how he does.
Looks like he's done quite brilliantly there.
He's going to gather some speed now.
Settle down, and settle down.
Yeah, that was one of the perils of that shot. I think he's done okay, all things considered. That was a very
Absolutely.
difficult shot.
Yep. That's probably a wise shot and still gives himself a chance. He's got about 8 or 9 feet left to make bogey here. It's a tough shot no matter what. In fact, coming up from that third shot from behind that water hazard, that's quite a treacherous shot.
That's probably the most difficult shot.
Absolutely. There's no room there to pitch it on the green.
You know, it's like a compounding of errors. First you hit that drive, and then you face with such a difficult shot.
Absolutely.
And I don't think that from there you can really hold the green, given that water. It's a very intimidating shot.
Sandhu for birdie. Looks like he heard me.
Yeah, this will have a lot of break in it. A very difficult putt, almost putting off that shoulder. Somewhere where the shadow of the flag is, maybe even further afield. Just leave it there and.
Harinder to putt first.
Yeah, that's well done. Brilliant speed control by Harinder Gupta. And he's still pretty much in the hunt. He's at 6 under par, 5 behind, but that would change soon. Arjun Prasad would at the least be making a bogey. So 10 under par is the lead, unless Yuvraj can make a birdie, which is very possible from here. But what's the thought on such a putt? You're just trying to get the speed right. You're not really trying to hold it. Speed and line.
Well, of course, every putt is about speed and line. I'm pretty sure that Yuvraj is going to try to hold this. But yes, if anything, that is going to probably have more weightage at this point of time for this kind of a putt is going to be the speed of it.
Very unique way of wearing the glove.
Well, everyone's got their own style, I guess, right?
Everybody's got their own way of doing it. I think the conventional way, I don't see many players doing it like back of the right pocket. Everybody tends to use a different style now.
Finding funny things that you're noticing these days.
You pay to do that. You're not writing a thesis here, my friend. Let's see this. The apex is very important. He seems to have read that well. Now it should break to the left, and any moment now. Any
Even
moment.
overread is that?
No, I think it had us both flummoxed. It should have broken a lot more. Maybe it's a little firm. It didn't even look like it was firm. The speed was.
The speed was good enough.
The speed was good enough.
Yeah, it's gone whole high.
Yeah, it's a very difficult part. I think. All things.
I guess it was just an overread. Maybe it appeared that a lot of that right side slope would play along.
But you want to err on the side of caution. You want to miss it from that side, right?
Sure. Probably more of an overread or a misread for that matter for Yuvraj. It looked like a very good putt though. Arjun for his bogey. Arjun makes this, he would be tied alongside Sandhu at 10 under for the lead.
This is an important putt. He will still be playing in the leaderboard no matter what, and this is to remain the co-leader. Otherwise, he would see himself one shot behind Yuvraj.
And he does make
that's how you do it. I mean, it's
what a lovely bogey there by Arjun Prasad coming up from that difficult lie and then making that up and down from the
That
left
is
side of the
impressive.
bunker.
You know, that is impressive. That takes it takes a lot of fortitude.
And
I'll
his
tell you that
smile
much.
really says everything
Yeah.
about it, right? It was that bogey was
You know, dare I say this bogey is actually better than a regular birdie.
absolutely
To make 3 from behind that hazard is a stupendous effort.
completely agreed.
Really, and given the scenario, what a bogey there by Arjun. Brilliant.
Amazing. We stay at 10 under par now, going into the final day. Yuvraj Sandhu for par.
UV now with a mere formality. Well done. So we still see both of them in a vice grip, sharing the lead at 10 under par, and Saptak Talwar would be joining them in the leaderboard tomorrow.
Harendra Gupta now cleaning up for par here on the 18th to finish at 6 under par for the tournament.
It's an even par today.
Stellar effort there by Harendra Gupta and the rest of the players in the leader group.
Well done, and it's been a very interesting day's golf, and we've seen some fine golf on display by the best of the best. And at the culmination of round 3, we have Yuvraj Sandhu and Arjun Prasad leading the proceedings here at the Adani Invitational Golf 2025.
As we make it to the end of the penultimate round, ladies and gentlemen, this would be all for the live play of the day. We will have the highlights playing hereafter. We'll also be having looking forward to the last round's play, which is tomorrow. Look forward to seeing you all back over here at 9:15 a.m. We're going to have a scintillating day tomorrow, led by Yuvraj Sandhu and Arjun Prasad, as well as Saptak Talwar, who will be playing in the leader group. Currently, Yuvraj and Arjun lead at 10 under par, followed by Saptak at 8 under par. And there are a lot of players bunched up at 6 under as well as 5 under par, which will make it a highly interesting final day here at the Jaypee Greens at the inaugural Adani Invitational Golf Championship 2025.
Yeah, we'd implore you to stay for the highlights. We're going to bring you the day's best action. And it's been a stellar day of low numbers, great shots, and a lot more.
So we take a look at the highlights as Yuvraj Sandhu on our screens. We're having a scintillating day of golfing here at the Jaypee Greens. Hole number 3. Saptak Talwar. Very lashing at that one. The par 3, the long par 3. Stellar shot there. And Thangaraja. Unfortunate there for Thangaraja. As we take a look at OP, Om Prakash Chauhan from Mau, former number 1. Thangaraja on the 7th, the par 3. Mani Besoya. One of the best shots here on the 7th today. Aryan Rupa-Anand, 23-year-old, trying to get his maiden victory here on the PGTI. Talwar, who is finished currently at the 3rd position after the penultimate day. We take a look at Arjun Prasad, leader at 10 under par. Shaurya Bhattacharya coming up from the back of the green here. Chipping it in. Prasad. 14th hole, Honey Besoya on the par 3, flanked by water on the right side. Aryan Rupa Anand on the same. Ends up going over the green and comes up with a stellar up and down there. Aryan on the par 5, overshot the green a bit onto the right side. That would be all of the live telecast from the inaugural Adani Invitational Golf Championship here at the Jaypee Greens. We will find you here again tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. for the final day's proceedings to see who actually wins the battle for this first championship. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Rahul Bajaj signing off from the commentary box alongside Shaurya Singh.